Good morning, everybody. I hate interrupting that elevator music because I think once I do, I can't put the music back on. So I'm so sad to kill the vibe. But good morning. Good morning, Sinful. How are you?
Out of Twitter jail. Everything's good. Everything is peachy.
Yeah, you bad. When did you get out? 1 o'clock in the morning?
It was, I think, somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning that I got out of my Twitter sentence.
Okay, you're cutting it close there. Cutting it close. I don't know what happens
Right.
if one of us gets a Twitter sentence and the other has to carry on without them.
I was bad. I was bad.
So bad. Now everybody's like, what? What did he do?
Apparently, Twitter doesn't like it when you make comments about disrupting other people's buttholes, but I guess that's fine. It's their platform, their rules, I guess. But what would be cool if we could do that, Elon, if you're listening in on this.
What would be cool? What would you do? Like what would you alternative? Because you were defending a cat, right?
Yeah, yes. As I was keyboard warrioring for a cat. Indeed, I was. What would I do different? Absolutely nothing. My comment was well deserved, and I hope that person does, uh, you know, get their butthole resized in prison.
Oh my gosh, this is such a degen space.
I'm scared if I say it out loud, Elon will be like, dude, it's been less than 12 hours and now you're saying it on a
Yeah,
space.
yeah. Don't rug us all. Just, like, don't rug us all. You're gonna like. They're gonna like. I'll be guilty by association.
Hopefully.
Oh, fancy. Of course you are. Fancy found their name on the wall.
Oh, yeah, where are we at right now?
You know, same place we've been for the last year and a
Usual spot with the
half.
usual suspects.
The usual suspects. It's you know, don't go in that corner by the basketball hoop. It kind of smells like urine over there, but the rest of it is okay. The spray paint on the wall. Oh my gosh! Anybody new is gonna be like, "I'm out of here." we just had a we just had a listener drop. They're like, "I'm out." Oh, they're back. Never mind. But yeah, we're at the trampoline build. So get your jump emotes going.
I mean, in like real life trampolines, isn't there usually a corner that smells like piss because some kid had an accident?
Yeah, probably. Oh, what is Dixon doing over there? Oh my gosh, look at him. He's over there like practicing his boxing moves against the dumpster. Dude, that guy is maniac. Wow.
Oh, look, KJ's here with her muse. She's got like mesh over her head. It's like a mesh crowd.
Oh, that's cool. What is that? Mesh. Oh, I love finding new wearables. So
And
orally, oh, go ahead.
oh, no, you can go.
Uh, well, I can wait until we get more people in here, but like orally, and I apologize if I say the name wrong. Orly LeBon had a good point about the emotes that, you know, how like when emotes 2.0 rolled out, for a while, like if you scrolled to the side and like, let's just say KJ, for instance, she's standing right next to me. I know she was swinging, but then like when I moved my camera to the side, then she's like standing. And I know when they first did emote 2.0, like they would stand for a little bit, but then go back to auto emoting, and now they don't. So like, uh, Orly's right. Like it kills the vibe. She doesn't. Nobody goes back to their emotes. Like they're emoting. Does that? Am I delusional? They were like, it was on auto emote a couple weeks ago, right?
Kind of was, but I don't think it's been working as well since like an update after the emotes 2.0. But yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes I walk into places and like some avatars start emoting. I don't know if it's just them re-emoting out of habit or if it's like just like the game picking up on an emote like a little bit after. It's not like instant anymore. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's a little out of touch. Like, because I've walked in before and I'm like, oh, this person's still here. I thought they're AFK, and then after a while, I'm like, no, I think it's just like auto. I think they are AFK.
Yeah, we'll be, just standing there and then all of a sudden like they're not moving and then they're moving, they're dancing, they're doing some sort of emote. Or it could just be them re-emoting. I have to speak with my victims that I sneak up behind.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go fight Dixon. Ah, this isn't a looped emote. Why? Why? I'm gonna have to just sit here and keep fighting him because it's not gonna loop. Okay, here we go.
Is
Oh my
is
gosh.
he wearing? Oh, he is. He's wearing the Bucktown
Yeah,
boxing gloves.
Bucktown strong here, man. Okay, I'm not gonna keep pushing this emote, so I gotta get my roundhouse kick. So Dixon, you got about 10 seconds before I find this emote and come in strong. Watch out. As soon as I find this emote. Oh, but another thing, the emotes are fixed. Did you guys see that? Now all of the emotes are there. Here we go. Okay, watch out, Dixon. Oh man, he walks away. That's right. That's right. Keep walking.
Are you saying that all the emotes that I paid for are finally in my backpack?
Yes. Yes. And that means that like the emotes that I couldn't use. Well, wait, technically, but where's my campfire? I haven't. Yes. Okay, here we go. I will not fight Dixon. I will choose good, and I Okay, never mind. I'm gonna fight you. You're back in my face. I'm gonna fight you. You guys are getting to know a different side of me. I'm not gonna do campfire sit. I'm gonna do roundhouse kick to Dixon.
I'm not
You,
gonna campfire fit to this situation. I'm going to roundhouse kick. I think there
yeah,
should be a shirt for this.
yeah. I might. I may have been told I have some anger issues. I don't know. Which is, you know, poor Dixon. But you show up in boxer gloves. You show up ready to fight. You know, the fight might find you. Anyway, you take over. Otherwise, I'm gonna like scare everybody away.
Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here, everyone on Parcel, on Decentraland, as well as everyone on streaming platforms, and you here on the space. Thank you for being here. Just a quick reminder: make sure to like and retweet the room. I see we only have about three retweets, and 2 likes right now. Let's get those numbers up and let our friends know that we're here. If you're watching on the Twitter space, I did pin the tweet at the top with the stream. So I'm streaming to X right now, and you could have like a visual representation up above if you'd like. And yeah, on that note, thank you once again for like the 18th time. And if you would like to come up to speak, feel free to request, hit that, and we'll get you up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, Dixon. Okay, Dixon. I left him, but he's coming over to challenge me while I eat paella with Jim. Did you guys see that the golf craft emote, the eating paella, like they added a beautiful table and chair and plate to it?
No, this is actually my first time seeing the table. Yeah, yeah, I thought that's actually cool that they did add it.
But
Oh, I
Jim, you
found
got to re-emote, Jim, because yeah, your emote stopped working because I scrolled to the side. I guess we all just have to like hit our emotes constantly.
I don't know. My emotes are working.
Yeah, but then scroll to the side. Are you here at the build? I don't know if I can see you because you're
I'm
always
right
hiding.
I'm right next to KJ
Oh
hiding.
no. Okay. So I guess yeah, like if anybody doesn't know, if somebody doesn't show up in world for you, click their name in the chat or like the users, and then I think if you just yeah, there you are. If you just click on their name and then they show up to you. And I see Jay in the house, ready for a fight. Good morning, Jay.
Welcome, Jay.
Oh,
Very
good
good to see you
morning.
today.
My mic was off. Good morning. I'm happy to see me pulling up in here and meeting with you guys this morning. And it's quite an honor to see everybody rocking some boxing gloves.
Yeah, I had to fight already this morning. Dixon showed up and he was over there in the corner, like fighting. I don't know if you were here, but he was like boxing the garbage can. I need to put some, like, I don't know the technical name, but the boxing pillows. They're not pillows, are they? What are they? The big things that you hit a bunch of times.
Oh, punching bag.
Yeah, punching bag. I need to put, maybe I'll take some trampolines out. Oh, we'll put a gym over here. We'll do that. That'll be good.
Sick. Punching bags, punching pillow. That's same thing. Same thing.
Oh, we could probably put some creative stuff there. Oh, I could. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I my brain is going now. I got once I get ideas, I like to take them and run. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. Maybe by next week.
That'd be amazing.
Oh my God, I already see this like trampoline build being turned into an MMA gym. Like, oh man, the bouncy things could be considered mats.
Yup, that's what I'm thinking. And a little bit of animating, and it could come to life real quick. But I'm not. I'm gonna surprise y'all. Come back next week with your gloves ready.
I mean, that was my questions for when I was coming in here. Like, I wanted to build something for Bucktown in here. I mean, that was the plan, and I don't know if you guys want to do that, and I can commission you. That'd be awesome too. That'd be awesome too.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what you want, like people have done, we d- we have had a like octagon in World before. It was for a big vicious battle, rock paper scissors. So not quite MMA, but pretty close in intensity. Like there were some intense moments. Tempers flared when somebody got paper. Um, but yeah, it's kind of like one of those things that once you know how to build, it's easier to like see what you could do and how to make it work. So we could throw some stuff together, and then you can like look at that, see if the ideas kind of flow and grow. Like, did you have an idea of what you might want to see like Bucktown in like the metaverse? Like, what would you want to see happen out of that?
Yeah, I had some ideas. Basically wanted to create like a digital dojo where we could even like maybe offer some services through the digital world where we could like hold some type of martial arts classes or uh or like a meditation course, like what we do at our gym. We do like qigong, tai chi type stuff, and I was just thinking of creating like a digital dojo in the metaverse. And yeah, I mean, I have some ideas written down, and if you and I want to talk about it, we'll definitely talk about it, about like the design and making like an octagon and punching bags, and just kind of make it really cool, of like a like type of a like a dream gym almost, like kind of like how I have my physical space as well, but make it way cooler in Decentraland.
Yeah, for sure. That's the cool thing about building here is you don't have the same limitations as you do in the real world, but like what I find is my brain still runs like under the limitations of the real world. So when I'm building something or trying to imagine like, okay, what would I make this look like, my brain is still thinking like gravity exists and like building to code, like, oh, I don't want that to fall down on people. And then you have to override that and be like, well, no, like I don't need to work with gravity. Like I can put colliders there, I can bend the rules, and my building doesn't need to be to code. It can be it can be like suspended in the air, and Derek can just fly in with his wings like he always does. So I think as people build out the metaverse and these virtual worlds, I think we're just having to like retrain our brain to like not, I don't know. I mean, I think it's easy to think like, oh, we don't think in these same physical constraints, but when you're actually building, it's like, no, I don't know. I just kind of come back to the same thing. Like, gotta have stairs, gotta have four walls. It's gotta work the same way regular buildings do. So it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have a boxing ring in the air.
Yeah, I know there are limitations, but like they don't exist here. So that's the beautiful part about this, where we could, you know, make everything kind of come to life. Floating punching bags, or we could definitely talk about different ideas that I have and you have, and we could make it happen. That'd be super cool.
Yeah, I always wanted to do like a chess game in the air, like a way up in the sky, and so it would be like extreme chess, where like I don't know, there'd be avatars as the chess pieces, and we could get like make different hats to be the different chess pieces, but then you have to like jump from like square to square, so like you might you might not make the jump, and in which case like you fall all the way to the ground. Like, haven't done it, but that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. That would be super cool. Floating, floating matches, floating one-on-ones. That'd be cool. Anything floating, because like you said, gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely having a build could like here's like even another thought. Like I remember during Beyond the NFT last week, you had mentioned that one of your students was going in for an amateur fight, and it could be that last match in amateur before he goes pro, or at least uh like on that route. Um I do also remember asking if you knew where it was streaming off of, maybe an even an idea to like promote your students. It could you could stream their fights to the Decentraland, to the Bucktown build, stuff like that. Eventually maybe even talk to the providers and see if they want to partner up and try to do something together.
Oh, yeah, yeah, we did talk about that. That would be a great idea. Yeah, because we do have somebody fighting this Saturday, and that'd be cool to stream it. Yeah, absolutely. It would be like, I mean, that's what we did at the physical gym. We would, if someone was fighting in a place where we couldn't physically go to, or some kids couldn't drive or fly to another state, and obviously the more kids I sponsor, that Bucktown sponsors in, it's not just in our area. We started to spread out and sponsor other amateur fighters as well in different states, different cities. It would be great to stream them in our place because that's what we would do. We'd have the TV set up, right? Connect the Wi-Fi, and everyone would sit around the mat and just watch one of our guys or girls fight or compete in whatever combat sports that they're competing, whether it be wrestling, jiu-jitsu, fighting. Like even when I had competed, our gym was located in New Jersey, and I had competed in Florida. And a lot of the students can't fly to Florida to watch the competition. We would stream it on the screen, and just everyone would sit at the mat and kind of watch it. So we could do that in the Central End as well. That'd be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that it would be like a Decentraland version of like sitting around around the TV on the mats watching your fellow fighter just compete. That when you said this Saturday, are you referring to today? Is he fighting today or next Saturday?
Oh my God, it's today. Yeah, that's tonight. Yeah. So I'm in. So for example, I'm in Vegas right now. I'm not even going to be able to see it. I have to stream it off of my phone. So I'm going to another fight that's out here in Vegas. I'm going to physically be there, but then one of our fighters that is sponsored by Bucktown is fighting in New York. So I have to like take a break, go sit somewhere in the casino, like grab something to eat, and put my phone up and watch through my phone. So right now the stream costs money, so I was like, that's going to be tough. I'm paying for a ticket to go to this fight, then I have to pay for this stream. So my um, partner Robin, she's actually in. I pulled her into Decentraland this week. She's my partner with Bucktown. She's gonna just FaceTime me. So that's how we're gonna do it right for today. So I'm gonna be watching two fights at the same time.
Sounds like fun. Let's see. You're in Vegas right now. Are you attending a UFC card? Is there anything tonight going on? Hmm. I think Saturday's UFC night actually.
Yeah, there is a UFC tonight, but it's not in Vegas. I forgot who's fighting tonight. That heavyweight dude. He just got in here. He's like destroying everybody around the planet, and then UFC picked him up. What I forgot his name. I can't even pronounce it to be honest. Uh, he's fighting. I think they're fighting for the heavyweight title today. No, it's not a title match. It's just a heavyweight match. I'm going to an amateur event around here. I like to seek out up and coming fighters. That's where I try to spend most of my time when I go to these events. I do, if there are UFC events, I would obviously go to them. But I like to seek out the up and comers and the amateur fights. So today I'm going to an amateur fight. It's actually a nonprofit as well. They run it. They're running it out of the Sahara Casino on the Vegas Strip. They run an amateur event for obviously up and comers. There's no pros there, and it's a nonprofit ran by Randy Couture.
Oh, that's really sick. And yeah, definitely gotta show love to the up and comers. They are the future of the sport after all.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes like I like the amateur. I love all of it. I do. But there's something about the amateur fighters, like the energy in the room, like the fire that for them to like make it, because there's no prize for them. There's no like incentive for them to fight besides to get up on that ladder, and express themselves. So there's no like, okay, we're paying you 10,000 tonight. And sometimes I do see some pros that go to that level and they're like they get paid this, they get paid some money, and then they kind of slow down a little bit. The energy changes. It becomes more of like a fight business, which it is, right? It's not just the fight game. You have to understand there's a business to it too. But you can start to see some of them dwindle, like the fire, or they get sucked into that like superstardom, the pictures, the autographs, that kind of stuff. But the amateurs, no one cares who they are yet. No one knows who they are, and they're all there to prove something, and whether that be to the family, their friends, or themselves. And like the energy in that arena, it's a little more intimate, and you can feel it, and I enjoy that because you feel that the hunger in all these athletes, and it's amazing to experience.
That is a very, very good point you bring up about about amateur fighters, that it's all their own personal drive. It's not any external factors such as money or fame or glory. It's literally them following their passion, saying that they can do it, and trying to perform at the highest level that they possibly can. So from from checking out the amateurs, what is kind of like the next step that you do? Kind of, are you looking for coaches for Bucktown, or kind of you try to make that connection uh to kind of see if in the future you could do something together? What is the goal whenever you meet a new fighter?
Um, I don't I go in there with no expectation. I just like to experience the experience, and then whatever comes my way, and if it works out to happen to be something where we could partner with, then I take it, or we'll work together and try to do something, or I'll sponsor this athlete, and if not, I had a great time watching these kids, or these young, I call them kids, but they're like 20, 30 years old. I've just been in the game so long. I mean, I started fighting in 1999, so like seeing these amateurs, they're like, they're young, they're growing. So whatever connections I make, whether it be coaches, up and coming fighters, promoters, um, you know, whatever comes my way, and if we can work something out to move forward with helping this fight game or helping each other, that's really it. Same thing with like NFTs and Decentraland and everything else we're doing, just making those connections and see how we work together. And if not, I made a new friend. I made a new friend.
Yes, that is the best part. Like the if something happens, it's like let it happen. It's gonna be awesome. But if not, like we have a new friend that we know about, that we can now follow. And dude, love the approach to, like, everything you do. Um, and just a quick shout out. I see Rockin' Robin on the Central Land right now. She just like popped in and was like, "What's up, guys? I got my gloves out too. Who's fighting?" And also, yeah, would like to welcome, yeah, everyone that's popped in throughout the conversation. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here, and make sure to like and retweet the room, and tell everyone that we're here on this Saturday. Crap, I think I wanted to ask you something, but it may have slipped. Go ahead, Kanessa.
Oh, I was gonna say, but I think he popped out. I saw Horace here. I haven't seen him in a hot minute, so maybe he'll come back in. But it's been months since I've seen him, so he's a he's an old time user. So cool to see him come back around.
Um, yeah, Robin just pulled up. She heard you mention her. She's crying now. We're actually on the Zoom call. I'm trying to help her figure out the Central Land and all of that stuff. And so she got pulled in this week, and she was just saying she didn't realize how beautiful this space is, and the connections you make here, and all the artists trying to just create and helping each other out. She didn't realize how she didn't, I kept telling her about it, and she was like, yeah, 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 yeah. Then I finally pulled her in, and now she's like, oh, this is what it is. Yeah, it's awesome.
I get it.
Yeah, yep. I get
Oh,
it now.
That's awesome. And welcome, Robin. Thank you so much for being here. Here, I'm gonna give you some of the best tips that I can give a beginner, which will be here are my graphic settings on the screen. So, Robin, if you're listening on Decentraland, in a little bit you'll be able to see the my settings on the screen. Make sure to turn off your bloom. Bloom makes Decentraland really, really pretty, but if you turn it off, you'll crash less. So if you have any issues with kind of like crashing or yeah, staying in world, turning off bloom would be a good option. Normally, I set my quality settings to medium, and then from there, I adjust my render settings to 1, and my FOV, turn off bloom.
And Robin, I'm gonna get you hooked up with some emotes and some wearables.
Robin already got them gloves out, too.
I know. I went over there. I'm trying to impress her with my roundhouse kick, but it is not a looped emote, so I have to keep keep hitting it. I don't know why not. Why not loop emotes?
If Robin hasn't said anything, maybe there's something off with your technique, Canessa.
No, no. Then okay. Then I will have to fight to figure out. I just need an excuse.
Just need an excuse. Okay, so everyone, I just pinned up at the top a tweet I made a couple days ago. It is kind of like a thank you, I guess, for to Jay for being on Beyond the NFT. It has the link to the YouTube recording, so you could watch the interview. But most importantly, there are a couple links in that tweet. One that leads to the Bucktown fundraiser. If you go in there and contribute by purchasing a T-shirt or anything off the Bucktown store, merchandise store, you will be eligible to claim a free Decentraland wearable, which is I believe it's the set that Canessa is wearing right now, right? Or you're wearing the top, the glove.
Yeah. Yep. Topping gloves.
So yeah, keep an eye out for that, everyone. If you would like to contribute, and yeah, definitely head on over there. And yeah, if you have any questions for Jay, make sure to hit him up.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you sharing all the time. Thank you, guys. Uh, it's just been very overwhelming, and I really want to say thank you guys for sharing this. And after I didn't know what to expect at all or anything like that after you and I talked, but the love and support from everybody in Decentraland, it's I don't know how to say these words, but it's very overwhelming. I'm really appreciative of you guys. Thank you so much.
I had so much fun during Monday night's episode. Like to to think how it like started when I messaged you and you're like, I don't know, man. I don't talk that much. But if you think I'm worthy, I guess I'll do it. And I'm like, bro, 200% worthy. Let's go.
Yeah, I like if I'm in a room with people, I feel comfortable talking, especially like in an intimate space, coaching, right, or just like with a group of friends. But when it comes to like public speaking, I'm already my palms are sweating right now speaking to you guys here. Like I'm pacing back and forth in my living room, like you guys. So that's why sometimes when the last time when I went to talk to you guys, I had to go on a hike. Like I was like, I gotta walk, I gotta move, because it's tough for me to sit still and talk. I could talk better when I move, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. But yeah, I was super nervous when you hit me up in the DM, and I was like, oh my God.
It's happening. The thing, it's happening. Everyone in positions. Follow procedure.
Yeah, like my brother, he is a great public speaker, and I look up to him to that, and I'm like, I don't know how you do this, man. Like how do you? I get nervous just him doing it, and I'm like, how do you do this? But it takes practice, like you said. And I remember you speaking about you didn't even think you were going to have a show, and now you're here every week and hosting every week, every day, doing stuff. So I look up to you too about doing that because to me, you sound like you know I look up to you. I do with everything you do. So
Mm, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Yeah, practice makes perfect, dude. Get up on those stages. Eventually, yeah, I think I now understand when people talk about like, public speaking. It's like, oh, you have to go up there and imagine everyone in their underwear. It, I never understood that until actually doing it. I think like that saying like imagine everyone in their underwear is more like a like a like bring out the other you, bring out a different version of you. Like I don't know how to describe it still.
Well, Sinful's so good at this. Like, I remember when you asked me if I wanted to do a Twitter space like a year and a half ago, I was like, nah, I can't do that. And it was Dino that like pulled me up in a space to talk because I would like get on these Twitter spaces and listen. And Jay, the same thing. Like, oh my god, I almost can break out in sweat just thinking about it right now. But like, my hands were sweating, my voice was shaking, and I was like, no, I can't do that. And like I've spoken in front of like crowds of hundreds of people, but like at funerals of people that I love, and it was that hit me of like, why do I wait until it's too late to like say something? Like, I'm gonna do it while the people are still alive. Like, I don't have to wait for that to like find the courage and strength. Like, I can, if I dig deep, I can find it today. And so yeah, like, I don't know, I definitely wanted to throw up the first, I don't know, 20 spaces we did, Sin. I remember asking you like, how do you get over it? And you're like, I don't. And so like now I can do these spaces, but if I get in somebody else's space, oh my gosh, it goes right back to like ground zero, and I'm just scared.
yeah, I remember telling Sinful, the nerves felt equivalent to me walking into the ring, and I'm like, this is not even close. Like, I'm okay with getting punched in the face in front of thousands of people, but I can't speak in front of 20. Like, what's wrong with you? It's just a different dynamic. It's funny. It's funny. Uh,
It is, and I think Jay, sometimes like it's like when you know your why, or like when you have, like what you're doing now. I mean, it has a potential to change so many people because you have the potential to reach so many people, or even, if you were to get your students in, the metaverse, and maybe it's not just like the final fight that you stream. Maybe it's like you do a little, 5-minute video clip and you just record their process, and then you have that here playing, and then we can come in and be like, all right, cool, like, you know Jason Johnson from Arizona, like, this is the guy, and like, we want to see him, like, we could watch them grow, we could grow with them. That'd be really cool and really powerful. So like, who knows, nobody knows where this journey's going.
yeah, it's really exciting to explore this space and the opportunities you could create for yourself and others. Yeah, I love that. I love being a part of this and growing with you guys. And I remember when I first came in this space, and I was like, oh, people are wearing stuff and sharing stuff and and buying it. It's just different. Actually, Rustan helped me out first to help me upload my wearables. Someone I was friends with in IRL knew him through NFT space, and then me and him linked up maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, and he helped me upload my first wearables. Yeah, Rustan. I remember
No,
that. I gotta check my
no
messages.
fucking way, dude.
Yeah, it
Rustan is
just uh-huh. Yeah,
Rustan is like my Web3 big brother. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Oh wow, no, I didn't. Yeah, yeah, he was the first one. Now I'm like, my memory's clicking in. I'm like, oh my God, Roshan was the first person to help me come in here, because my friend Jay he's from down the shore, Alders. He's an artist, an NFT artist as well, and he knew Rustan, so he connected me and him through. through Twitter. And then, yeah, I'll put my first wearable. So thank you, Rustan, for bringing me into this space. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, the value that Rustan brings to like every single room he sets foot in is like fucking immeasurable. Like I have lots of love for Rustan, so I'm actually like really happy to learn that you connected with Rustan like when you first came into the space, and he was the one that helped you out with publishing a wearable. There is that's like one of the best people that could have helped you.
Well, Rustan, I never formally thanked you. So thank you, Rustan. I appreciate it.
We love you, Rustan.
I think he works out Saturday morning. He said or is that Saturday? I don't know. Usually your stunt's not here Saturdays, so we're lucky to have him because I know Wednesdays was a day that it worked out better. So hope he's having fun, being safe, riding the waves at the beach or something cool.
Hmm.
I have a question about the building in the center. I mean, I have tons of questions, but the first one is when you when you interact with a model that's in Decentraland, whether you converse with them, is that something we could do as well in other worlds? Because I know when I go into the lobby in certain spaces, they have like a, you know, an interact like a bot there that you can interact with. I don't know the terms or the exact names for it. Maybe it's a GPT bot or a MLM bot that talks. It has a set of responses
Yeah.
to your questions, right? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so actually Doki, who if you look around, I would challenge you to find an avatar not wearing a Doki item. That should be like a reality show. Like find somebody not wearing something from her because she makes so many wearables. And she got a grant I want to say early summer to create features for avatars that can be used for that exact purpose in world. So there's like if you're in Genesis Plaza and you go downstairs, there's who's that one? What's the name of that one? That AI sin is that Celia or
Are we talking about my girl Aisha?
yeah Aisha? Yeah Aisha. Yeah. So she's programmed. She's downstairs at Genesis Plaza. She's got like a cool skateboard, and you can talk to her. So what Doki's doing is putting together all of those features. It's actually pretty daunting when I think about it. It's she's like making the face, the hair, the arms, the legs, the clothes, so that you can pick. It's called Doki's mix and pick and mix or mix and match pick a mix or something like that. But you're going to be able to like pick and choose different pieces to put on these AI that then I don't know about the back end of like connecting it to, chat GPT, but there is going to be like a whole library of those to choose from with different subjects, different, like there could, I mean, the one downstairs, Aisha is holding a skateboard. There's, there might be some that are like boxing. I think she's doing male and females. So there's going to be a lot of options. And I know she's working hard on that. And I think she has to make something like 2,000 assets, which is a phenomenal amount of work. So until then, I think you could import your own avatar. Like, I'm wondering how easy it would be to, because in Decentraland, you can export your avatar as a VRM. I'm not sure if you could take that then and import it back in through Blender and then rig it like all of our avatars. And then I know Morph is really good at that. There's what is the name for that one? Can't can't remember, but there's a couple people that are really good at that in the Vipes as well. So it's possible. It's definitely possible, Jay, and probably within the next. I think Doki's grant. I think by December or January, those will be deliverables. I believe.
Oh, wow. Okay. Great to know. Thank you for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, dude. I love the work that Doki's doing, and I love that Aisha's down at Genesis Plaza, that they deployed her so quick because it's fun talking to her. Uh, you can just like type in questions like, "Do you know Sinful Meat Stick?" and then she'll be like, "No, I don't know Sinful Meat Stick." But they should change that. But but I do love that she's there. There is some content out there of myself with Aisha, made by Brandon Manis. So it was like a one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was you. That was funny. Brandon, he's always up to something.
It was hilarious because he was just like, I was so what is it? Like I didn't know what was going on. I was just sitting in a voice chat and he says, "Hey, Sinful, say girl," and I'm like, "But what in what context? You know, just being all annoying and shit, like just." Instead of doing what he tells me to do, just like asking questions, and then he took all those questions and then like chopped them up and then put them in the video as I was being difficult. He- Dude's
Oh
a
my
genius.
gosh. That's funny. I see some friends in the crowd. I see Celia inside. I believe Celia was just at True and I or coming back soon. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I've had a week, so I've been a little out of touch. But yeah, nice to see you here, Celia.
yeah. I believe Celia performed either in the last week or last week and a half, week or two, around there. She was also our guest for Music Matrix a couple weeks ago. Very nice to see you, Celia. Thank you for joining the Twitter space. Um, if you would like to join us in World, you're more than welcome to. But if you can't and would like to like follow along visually, I do have a pinned tweet up at the top with the Twitter stream, and you can watch through there and as well as listen.
Yeah, and this week is a big music Metaverse Music Festival. How many days? 6 days, 7 days until it officially kicks off. So it is right around the corner.
Oh wow, music festival right around the corner. What are everyone's plans? What are you doing, Canessa? Are you doing anything for Music Fest or around Music Fest?
Oh
What
my
are you excited about, if not?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to see as much as I can, try to drink coffee and stay up 24 hours again and, split a McGriddle with you and Shelly and Dino, I guess. I don't know. I got to look at the schedule. I want to catch them all. Um, yeah, but I don't know why I didn't know. Like, I knew it was next week, but when I look at the time, it's like, dang, that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, Music Fest kind of came at us quick, it seems. We're already here. And Canessa, we've already come to the conclusion that staying up all night with your friends eating McGriddles is not good for the mental health. Although we did it for the mental health. Um,
Or for the laptop. I'm still surprised I didn't die that time. I just, I literally had my laptop was swelling and I had like I would take ice packs out of the freezer and just set my laptop on that and 24 hours of music and Decentraland and OBS running in the background and I didn't realize my battery was swelling and then it didn't dawn on me to Google it. It's just not good, guys. If your laptop starts swelling, that's even if it's True's 24-hour event, log off. It's not worth it.
no, it's not. It's not like bodybuilding or working out where like, the swell is a good thing. Battery's not
No,
getting
no.
stronger.
No, I mean it was so hot like I couldn't touch my keyboard and my laptop right now is not cool either. Like Decentraland is it's pretty rough on your hardware, especially if not using a gaming PC and you've got a laptop. So yeah, I think for like Jay and Robin and new users coming in, sometimes that's something that people talk about is the like specifications of what they need to run in Decentraland. And there's some, like Sin said, there's some ways to make it run better, to improve performance and not crash as much, but also just lots of ways to have a better optimized computer as well.
So would you suggest like getting an external GPU to make it run faster, or does that not help?
That's a sinful question. I don't know. What do you think, Sin?
At least with graphics cards, I don't think you could run one externally, or at least I'm not knowledgeable enough to hook one up if it's possible. Um, Kind of what I would suggest is like if you're gonna get a laptop with a graphics card, meaning kind of lean more towards the and everyone's gonna hate me, or half of the people here are gonna hate me for saying this. Get a PC, like not an Apple device, because they usually have graphics cards. Um, but yeah, I don't think you could hook one up like externally, or at least I am not knowledgeable enough. Now I'm like thinking like of a mining rig, how it's like a bunch of graphics cards put together, kind of like in a server. Hmm.
And I think like one of those under, like if you're using a laptop, one of those automatic like coolers under your laptop that plugs into it, that has a fan. And I usually have one of those. I just forgot it at my job site. But even that, like it doesn't, it cannot keep up with Decentraland's. Decentraland uses so much. I don't even know what it is, GPU or CPU, but it fries laptops. So I don't know, maybe even a fan blowing right on it sometimes is necessary.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to read up on it. I'm not too savvy with the language yet, but yeah, so I figured I'd ask somebody that would kind of know about this before I went out and bought something that I have no idea about. So I guess yeah, we'll try to figure that out. But I mean, I don't have any issues now because I go on my desktop. Just thinking of the future, or like if I have my laptop on, see how it could run better. Because also, when the music festival is on, I'll be here for half of it, but then I'm flying back to Jersey, and I know me and Robin will be fighting over our laptop to see who wants to log in and play around in Decentraland during the music festival. So we're trying to figure out how to get us something stronger.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean the music festival, like this year especially, it's going to be. I think everybody's really curious because it's very much different than. Um, this is the third music festival, and the past 2 years the foundation has just run the entire thing, and we just show up. But this year they've put it into the much more in the hands of the community. And so I'm not sure what it'll be like. The last year, I think a big part, like it kind of blew our minds. Like it rained in Decentraland for the first time, so I think we'll be curious to see what happens this time. I know there's a couple artists that are planning on bringing it, like bringing a cool set. So yeah, it'll be fun to see.
And as far as hardware stuff goes, if you ever need to like ask about hardware, like definitely I can always help you out. Um, I can help out at least in like what to look for, but then like when it comes to like laptop frames, I guess I'm not very knowledgeable in that. But at least with hardware, like what should be in it, I can definitely like guide you and like set you up with something that will last you at least 5 years, 5 to 7 years.
Well, and I will, if I can do a shameless plug for Decentral Ed this next week. I believe we're going to do it on Wednesday. Got to double check the time, but we've been doing them like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. We do the Dead Reckoning sessions. And this next week, we're going to do optimizing your laptop or your computer for like for the music festival, but also just for Decentraland in general, because there's a couple small things that users can do. And I think I don't know if it was like 2 weeks ago, but somebody that has been here a long time, we let them know about like scene radius. So if you're not aware of that, I mean, it's just so easy to do, and it makes your experience run better. And then the week after, let's see now, actually, gotta see. We had really good ideas. We also wanted to touch on Black Friday is coming up, and so if people are gonna go look for a new laptop or like a new computer system that is optimized to run Decentraland, that can be pretty overwhelming to like figure out what kind of computer is best. And so AJ's gonna walk us through kind of what to look for if you're looking if you're in the market to find something new. There's Black Friday sales that can be pretty good. So hoping to help people if they're choosing to buy before then. And I will post those as soon as we have like a firm time locked in.
Oh, that's gonna be a good one. And you said it's next Wednesday?
I think so. We're seeing which, like, if there's a certain time that works better. We want to have better attendance. Just we want to make sure as many people can come to them as possible. They're also recorded, and so if you can't make it, you can come to any other time. We're using DCL Cast in DCL Worlds, which has been it's been interesting because it's been a learning experience. Just um, like it's fun to learn something new. It is like not, well, I guess it's consistent in its inconsistencies, but our whole point behind that is using the tools that Decentraland has. Like, we know we could go to Discord and have 100%, it would work just fine, but we want to use what Decentraland put in front of us. And so we're learning, we're learning fast. Like, okay, like, at first I couldn't be in there with my avatar. I had to make my alt account, and then last week I could. So yeah, definitely, like, as we get rolling on those, we'll probably try to find like a routine time and then just not deviate from that.
That's awesome. Yeah, the Centraland cast. I was pretty impressed by it. I think it was last episode of the of like the last episode you hosted. Because I was noticing you walking around the plot, and like what was displaying on screen was like in real time instead of like it having that 30-second delay or minute delay, whatever it may be.
Yeah, that was cool. It was hard because it was like, okay, I have to have this tab muted, I have to have this muted, and then I have to have this playing through Discord. So it's kind of like there's a, still in my opinion, a little too complicated to expect if you weren't somebody that loved Decentraland and like you're gonna make it work. I think you'd be frustrated with it, but it's a work in progress. And yeah, I don't know. Nico was excited that we were using it, so it's like, cool. We'll see. We'll try to break it and yeah, see what we can learn, and hopefully everybody can learn from that too.
That's cool. Let's see. I see a few people in like stream chats. What up, J Party? Good to see you. Masca always showing love. Thank you for being on stream as well. Artreyu, thank you for the 169 biddies. That's going straight to the yacht fund. And what's up, Zetter3D? Thank you for popping in. We're currently on Twitter, hosting our weekly Twitter space, so if you would like to join, you're more than welcome to. And also would like to welcome some new listeners. I see Lastrom down in the crowd, Zesty Beam, Kayel, Balin. Really good to see everyone. And if you are a new listener, you're more than welcome to request to come up to speak and ask any questions you would like to ask. This is our weekly Decentraland community building community building Twitter space. Sorry, I called it a Discord. We host these every Saturday at noon. So yeah. On that note, I mean, we've hit 1 hour, the 1 hour mark. Okay, we've touched on music festival. We've touched on Dead Reckoning. What else is coming up? What else happened in the last week? I feel like I'm missing something.
Oh, there's so much. There's so much. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's so much being built. I'm just like looking at the room and thinking, like, I was thinking Jay is, he's talking martial arts. I know old guy he's cooking the barbecue. So I love that, like, those two subjects, two different people have brought two different things that they're passionate about, here. And like, there's room for both. And it's just so cool. I just have to hit home again how neat it is that everybody can find their thing here. And then we got devs, we got, people building stuff. Everybody can find their own way to experience Decentraland, and I love that.
I want to show some love to Mana Dude as well. I see Mana Dude has been popping in more often as too. I think he's standing right next to me on Decentraland. Yep, right next to KJ. Let's see who's requesting to come up to speak. Hello, unknower. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Hey, Sin, how's it going today?
Doing good. It's a beautiful day here in Florida.
It sure is. Man, I just been listening to Jay talk about martial arts and stuff and his visions and what he wants to come do in Decentraland, and just wanted to hop up and express like just how lucky we are to have someone like Jay on our side. My ears kind of perked up when I heard the idea of bringing a dojo into Decentraland to teach martial arts like Tai Chi and Qigong, because I actually took classes with a kung fu master for a few years after I had a major surgery, a little over a decade ago, where I had a part of my right lung removed. And to this day, my shifu, which is the Chinese word for master, um, his name was Master Cook, and he was one of the few people in my life that have made just a huge positive impact on me in a very short amount of time, and just caused like a major shift in direction in my life. So I have absolutely no doubt that we could all learn something from Jay. I think like on the surface, you kind of think of a martial arts teacher, you might assume, um, that they're just like some meathead or something, always looking for a fight. But it's very much the opposite in my experience. Like they tend to be capable of just an incredible amount of restraint and control over their mind and their body, and are generally the type to like avoid ever having to get into a real fight in the first place. They kind of exert that energy in the ring, and it's just like a practice in a sense. And I think like one of the first things you learn in martial arts is to treat your skills as one of those things like that's like a fire extinguisher or a seatbelt, where it's like something that's nice to have in case you need it, but you also kind of hope that the day when you're when you're really gonna need it never comes. And all that is to say that I really think we could all learn a lot from someone like Jay, and especially from the like philosophy of the soft martial arts like Tai Chi. I think in the West we tend to think of Tai Chi as like something the old folks do in the nursing homes, but what I always thought was really cool was there's actual martial arts forms hidden inside those slow movements, and like the way Tai Chi works is you kind of learn to use the smallest amount of force necessary to redirect somebody's energy, who's trying to do you harm. And my shifu always used to say, we're just helping them along their way. We're not trying to exert a whole lot of force against them. We're just using it to send them where they wanted to go, and we're just moving out of their way. So, Jay, man, I'm happy to see that you're excited to be back in Decentraland because, yeah, I just got a little bit emotional because your energy here is much needed, and it reminds me a lot of my Shifu. So, much love, dude.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, it's martial arts is I can't explain it. It's just one of those languages you have to do and practice and see for yourself. And like you said, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Um, and you know, growing up in the fighting world, it, like you said, it seems like this animalistic meathead type experience, but it's not that. And you know, culturally, the U.S. has made it like that, dramatic, very barking, loud, but just to sell tickets, and you know, they need to monetize their space as well to the culture of the Americans. But if you go to other countries, and not to say it's all like that, but it is a selling point where they put the fireworks and the glamour and you know the fake face-offs where they act like they're mad at each other, and at the end of the day, they're not. And after the fight, no one is. We're friends after that. Um, and if you look at different federations around the country, like for example, one championship, they treat each other with respect, and there is no like good guy or bad guy. It's everybody's a hero. Everybody's there to express themselves as a martial artist, and here it's kind of like they play the bad guy, good cop, bad cop role just to sell tickets because I guess that's what, as far as entertainment, our culture likes. They like to see, you know, they like to see people kind of try to rip their heads off with an emotion behind it. Where I think in other cultures, and if you understand martial arts, it's the spirits dancing together as one to show this art to each other and share this experience of love and respect, even though we're trying to hurt each other. We're not trying to kill each other. And fighting taught me a lot in life because, you know, I was younger. When I was younger, I was definitely a little cocky. And when I got into the ring, you know, I got a little piece. When I got into that practice room, I got some humble pie, and it changed my life ever since. And I started tapping into qigong exercises not too long ago. You know, I definitely want to dive more into it. Maybe I started about 3 years ago when I had a qigong instructor come into our gym, and so I've been practicing for 3 years now. So I'm, you know, I never considered myself a master at anything. I'm always willing to learn as this space continually evolves, especially martial arts. As you can see, now that it's a sport, you can see the evolution of it growing and growing every fighter, every generation, every year. And the same thing goes for all martial arts. And I think this is an aspect of martial arts that is missing in the MMA field, where we learn to tone in and look inside and look internal and find the spirit of the actual warrior that lives inside of us. So qigong really helped me with that because of after my career was over, you know, it was definitely a rocky career. I was dealing with a lot of mental health issues and depression and physical injuries and life things going wrong for myself. So qigong and tai chi and meditation has really get helped me heal. I will say, slow things down, harness that energy, and yeah, man, I'm glad to hear that another fellow martial artist is in this space as well. And I can't wait to grow with you. You know, I am not a master. Like I said, I may have been doing this for 20, 25 years, but, you know, I've practiced multiple arts, and I'm very happy to experience this new art with you guys and share it with you guys.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, one of the things that I'm full transparency, I'm nowhere near a master myself. You know, I only really did it for a few years, and then kind of learned to, I guess, continue my practice in spirit, I guess, because I was doing it for a little bit of a recovery, and then kind of had to move away and lost contact with my shifu. But well, we still talk, but you know, we're not in the same physical area anymore. So I was never really sure if I could find another teacher like him. But um, man, some of the things that I learned in qigong really kind of opened my eyes up to the idea of like energy and this idea of like harvesting energy from the earth and returning it back and like letting it flow through you. And man, like I was before that, I was just a very scientific person. Everything had to be quantified and verifiable. But yeah, the mind is a very powerful thing, and what I don't know whether I'm imagining, or, you know, whether we're imagining this idea of energy or what or it's real. I don't think it matters, you know, because there's the placebo effect, and all I know is that some of the exercises that I was learning and doing during my short practice really helped me. And I actually, even though I had a piece of my lung removed, I actually ended up um, over the course of like 6 or 9 months, I actually ended up increasing my lung capacity to the point where when I was going back to the doctors that were doing tests, breathing tests, and I was like blowing into tubes and all that stuff. The doctor was actually pretty impressed. Like, it seems like not only have you gained back your lung capacity, your ability to hold air, it seems like you've gained more than you had before, and I'm not even sure how that's possible. So, my Shifu was pretty excited when I told him that, because that was just kind of, it's like what more that was in a way, it's like it was the quote unquote non-scientific arts kind of being validated by science. So I don't know if I just got lucky, or maybe I never really truly knew how to use my lungs in the first place. But yeah, I don't know. So one of the exercises I always found really cool um, was this qigong exercise where he had me imagine holding a like a 4-ton sphere of granite in my hands, and like under a waterfall, like the most powerful waterfall you could imagine. And that was just kind of a meditation um, of like imagining holding something giant, like imagining yourself having the strength to overcome um, an unimaginable burden, in a sense, I guess. And I'm sure there's a lot, you could go real deep into all the different kind of interpretations of the meaning of that exercise. But I've always thought that was really cool. Of just, I actually got pretty buff too. Just like, it was weird doing. Some of my friends were like, "Dude, how are you getting so toned and buffed by you're just doing Tai Chi? You're not like lifting or anything?" And I didn't really notice, and it was a nice compliment. But I was like, I guess my mind is convinced that I'm actually like moving these 1,000-pound blocks of granite and holding, giant spheres under powerful waterfalls and stuff. Yeah, it's such a cool martial art, especially qigong. And I think, um, yeah, it just kind of changed my outlook on what's possible in the universe, really, and really opened my eyes up and my mind up to, not everything has to be scientifically quantifiable all the time, and there are other things you can learn from the universe and from life that aren't always going to make sense, I guess.
That is truly an amazing story. Truly an amazing story. Flowers to you, all my love and respect to you, and you overcoming, you know, the fallbacks you had that went through your life, and you were able to come out of it just by practicing something as quote unquote simple as qigong and tai chi, and that's truly amazing. And that's what I feel is what's amazing about this martial art. It really, and you really look within, and like you said, you can't really put words to it or language to it, because it's a language of feeling and energy. And the movements are simple yet complex, right? Like that's the whole thing, where it's like pressure release, straight but not straight. You're finding more of a middle way, and I'm not going to put a label on any, religion or Buddhism or Taoism, but that's what they generally try to focus on, is you trying to find that center to heal yourself. And for you to be able to heal yourself just through these practices, it's humbling. That's so happy for you, and that's a truly amazing story.
Jay, do you think that, like, with your knowledge of, everything you said, like in the metaverse, in Decentraland, like, would you be able to, like, translate what you do in your, physical world dojo to the metaverse dojo? Like, would you be able to do that, teach that, or how? I don't know exactly how to, say it, but would you be able to bring that here to Decentraland?
That's something I'm willing to explore. There are certain arts where it'll be tough to practice, but the Qigong and Tai Chi that we are discussing now, it could definitely be done. And it's something I'm gonna have to play with ideas because if we do like just like if we did like a live screen mm, of someone practicing and teaching, that could be applicable because these movements are, we can simplify it. Um, and make these practices something that people could even take away with them and do it on their own. Uh, these practices could be done just by watching and practicing on your own. They're not too rigorous, like if we were practicing Muay Thai or Jiu Jitsu, where you need a partner. That's something a whole nother that's a whole nother ball game. But like Tai Chi, Qigong, that kind of stuff, it's yourself and the feeling of feeling yourself going through these movements. And like you talked about, it's like harnessing energy. And if I'm not mistaken, the way they would label energy, translate energy, is just not how we think of it as this ethereal experience. It's more internal. So chi really means just breath or blood. So you're doing breath work, and in his case it really helped his issue with his lungs and his body, and he said he was getting kind of jacked, which is really tricky, really funny, because you're not lifting any weights, you're just using your mind. And we know placebo effect can go a long way. It's not like this empty space. It gets filled. And I just think the way it's exercised is different than we learned how working out is here, because everything's external. How do we look? We never think about how we feel, really. It's not like autonomous in us to just think about how we feel. It's always how we look, especially when we're practicing something physical, to look a certain way or express a certain way. Um, when I practice the qigong now, I do probably 90% of it with my eyes closed, because I just want to feel my position. You want to feel your body. You want to align your body within yourself. So is it something we could probably do? Yeah, and I'm definitely willing to explore that. Now, as far as like boxing, Muay Thai, Jiu Jitsu, MMA, we could possibly do that, but that would kind of be challenging at the moment. So, and I think as to be mass adopted, it would have to be less rigorous to begin with. So qigong is just another form of meditation. I would just like to call it, if we're going to label it in English words, maybe meditation movement or movement meditation. Kind of like a yoga experience, but just different. You're doing different movements, different exercises that everybody can take home with them and practice on their own. And I do it every morning. Once I wake up, that's the first thing I do. Um, and some days I'm like, damn, I haven't worked out for 3 months, but I am working out. You're doing these exercises, and it definitely helps you. So I think it's definitely something we could explore and test out for sure.
I think it'd be so cool if we had VR capabilities. That seems like an absolute perfect use case. If it was like if you had your VR controllers and you had to raise your arm to like a certain, it would show you in the air like where to put your hand. Your left hand has to be in a certain spot, and your right hand. So it really, you get that extension of your arm. And feet. I don't know. It might be a little harder to track the feet, but like, yeah, it's something that we haven't had a VR client that has like been, fully functional and widely adopted. But I could see that being something that in the future could be such a good use case, because I don't know. I for one would love that. Like I've got an Oculus. Uh, oh yeah, I do all the Beat Saber and stuff, but oh my gosh, I downloaded one of the I forget what it is. It's the boxing fight. And oh man, yeah. The I tell you what, like when you are like as a woman and you're in the ring and you're going up against this big, 250-pound boxing dude, and you like TKO, it's like it's a different experience. So yeah, I can't. Oh my gosh, you guys would see the beast come out of me. So yeah.
Wait, you got TKO'd, or you were delivering the TKO?
Oh
I need
no,
to
no,
know
no,
these
no.
information.
No, I can't even believe sad you would even ask. I delivered the TKO. He hit the ground and he bounced. No, no, I okay, I used to do it in my classroom with my students. I don't know. Yeah. So I guess then, yeah, when you're teaching high school students and they get to watch their teacher like take somebody out, because we could stream my feed from the VR onto the board up in the front of the room. They I gained their respect after that.
You gained some street cred after that, uh, among the teenagers. That's good. That's good. They probably thought twice before attempting to TKO you.
Nah,
Uh,
they I mean street cred lasted like 5 minutes. That was it.
I see. You still get those assassination attempts from your students.
Oh yeah. Wish we were joking, but yep.
uh, That's hilarious. Just want to reset the room and thank everyone once again for being here. 23 people here in this space, 24 people in this space. Thank you for your time. 17 on Parcel and Decentraland. Love seeing everyone's drip. I see a few of you actually have your community building Decentraland jackets on. So I guess I will switch from the orange cat vibes to CBD jacket vibes just to match friends. I am no longer orange cat. And yeah, remember everyone like and retweet the room. And I guess let's see, someone we have not heard from yet up on stage is One Existence. He's just been very patiently waiting for his opportunity. How are you today?
Good morning, Decentraland. I've wanted to do that for a while, and shout out to anybody who caught that movie reference. And what better day to do it than today, Veterans Day? For those of you that are not in the U.S., that is our official day to be sure to thank a veteran, somebody who has fought or worked in the military. Should be any day of the week that you happen to come across somebody to thank them, but today is the one day you should absolutely be sure to do it. Um, so thank you. Hello, Canessa Sinful Unknower Jay. Hope everyone is well. Um, but what I came up to talk about real quick is a while back, I don't remember if you remember, or don't know if you remember, Sinful, I said something to you about trying to find my niche. And sitting in here, I think I kind of thought of it, of what it is. I've had the opportunity to be a part of the very first rock paper scissors tournament in Decentraland. Uh, I've held a couple. I've only held a couple of events myself. I don't have a parcel of land, so had to get kind of creative there. I did, in homage to ABC Decentraland, I took a little bit of a different um, way with it, and one day did a uh, uh, I can't think of the word, but just picked some coordinates. Didn't have space in particular places to go, but just randomly went and visited some spots. Only had one person showed up, but I still considered it a success. Shout out to Lovely for that one. Most recently, I picked a spot in the Central Land for a little meetup and it was a whatever happened happens, and it was at the giant keyboard, kind of like out of the movie Big. That's down below outside the bar in the plaza, which several people that came didn't even know it was there, and we enjoyed a little bit of some tunes from Bit Fiend, who was managed to actually play some stuff on it. Was pretty cool. Um, Then shout out to Old Guy, who has sparked two new unique ideas. One was the first ever metaverse grill off that he and I did at his barbecue in Decentraland, and since then he has loaned me a land parcel to play around with, and we were talking again about Thanksgiving coming up. We had talked about possibly doing a turkey bake off, but our conversation sparked me to another thought. And has anybody ever heard of a progressive dinner or been to one?
Can't say I have.
All right. I have done this once, and it was one of the funnest things IRL. This was several years ago. Progressive dinner is you start at someone's house and a course is served, hors d'oeuvres and cocktails, we'll say. You hang out there for a little bit, then you proceed to another person's location where we'll have, say, soup and salad. Following that, you go to the main course, and then you end the night at another person's house for the dessert and maybe some more cocktails. So, and I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, Canessa, you want to be a part of this, I believe, as well as Old Guy, myself, and CJ Trax, the first ever progressive dinner in Decentraland, coming up around Thanksgiving, I believe. We have to iron out the date and the details, but that is something that's in the works. So I kind of consider myself, I guess, um, coming up with some pretty unique and new ideas to be the first of something. I also did the first ever Mad Libs Twitter space not too long ago, which had a decent turnout. And then I just had my second annual, but Twitter space where I got together several people who are prominent in metaverse platforms and brought them together. I had Decentraland, myself, someone from Somnium Space, Upstreet, uh, Over the Reality, uh, one that a lot of people haven't probably heard of, The Man Who Sold the World, and some special guests, Vipe, Meta Rides. Oh, and another one, Income Island, as well, was there. And that was overwhelmingly, it far exceeded any expectations or hopes I had. And thank you to anyone who showed up for that. So I gonna be ironing out the details on that, but something to look forward to. Not this coming week, of course, that's music festival, but the following week.
Yeah, that sounds cool. And I said I'd do dessert because that's like the really the main food group that we should be concerned with. I think it's going to come down to like what day and time. Thanksgiving is. I'm not sure if old guy was planning on doing it right on Thanksgiving, so I think yeah, hopefully we can make something work out. I like when people come up with like new novel ideas and to experience things in Decentraland. So I will stay tuned and see what you guys come up with.
Yep, and like you said, and the topic before, this MMA thing seems pretty new. I wish SR was around here. I mean, I know I've seen a tattoo place in there, but I don't know if there's been an event around that. That'd be something new and different, cool as well.
Yep, I think right now is just like, the prime time to, if you got your thing, your passion, bring it in and get it started and I don't know, sometimes just saying your idea, well, sometimes saying your idea out loud is not a good idea. Don't do that. It can be a pretty wicked space for that, but sometimes it can also be pretty beautiful, and you find some other people that, share your interest, and they might have resources, and, their strengths might be an area of weakness for you, and vice versa. And I don't know. I mean, hopefully everybody does the right thing and works together and works smarter, not harder. I always got to make sure I don't say that one wrong, because I usually miss it up.
And it's going to get harder and harder to come up with new and unique ideas as well.
It is, but then I see a lot of ideas like I was just saying, in chat to Robin. Like, I'd love to. I wish there was like morning yoga. Like, I wish I could wake up at 6 and log into Decentraland. Like back when Rustan had his cove deployed on my land. Who was it? Super Nina, I think. Rustan, I don't know if you're listening. If you throw a thumbs up, I think it was Super Nina who did a yoga. But I'm like, why am I kind of hesitant to think that it was her? Anyway, did like just a temporary yoga session. But I thought, like, how cool would it be to be on the beach in Decentraland, like where you're hearing the waves, like on the screen, you're seeing that, but then, and your avatar can, whatever, sit and do the yoga pose, but then you're sitting on the floor at your own home doing yoga. Like, I'd wake up every day to go do that. And I think that, we talk about like mental health, and we talk about, like you guys were talking about wilderness and energy through the earth. Like, I think we're on our laptops way too much, our computers way too much. I mean, screens. Like, so if like I live, in 2 minutes I can be deep in the mountains. Nobody will ever find me. I'm lucky. I can look out my window. But if most of the world is in the city, and you can't access nature as easily, so it'd be cool. I wish we had more nature preserves in Decentraland, and then yoga sessions in those, I guess. Long story short, yoga in the wilderness.
I, I, I'd say Super Nina's a pretty good guess that it was. I think last time I was at her location, that's kind of what it was revolved around. So, and I agree about the nature thing. I would love to see something like that. They got the lemur place, which I like lemurs. So, when I came across that,
They scare me. That place kind of scares me. I don't know.
well, I can maybe see that. But yeah, something like that would be really really cool. Jay could hike into Decentraland while he's hiking out in the real world. Um, oh, what was I? Oh, and camping nearby a campsite would be freaking cool too.
Yeah, that does sound like something Super Nina would have done. I think she had the one of the first yoga emotes, if I remember correctly, for like that got released right around when custom emotes first came out. But I was actually thinking the same thing. How cool would it be to recreate that moving meditation from qigong of imagining holding a giant granite ball under a waterfall? But then I wondered how my Shifu would have thought of that, because like the power of that exercise comes from imagining it in your mind, I think. So it's like, I think I don't know, my instinct is like maybe it would be good as like a starting exercise to like to help you imagine it the first time, but then like the power would be from being able to put yourself there with your mind. I don't know.
I think that would be absolutely somewhere along the lines, like just knowing how the brain stores memories and trauma. Like, if you did that, your brain, I'm sure there's research that would back it up, your brain would remember that as if you actually really did it. And I don't know, that could be, I think we haven't even scratched the surface on what's possible with those kind of like what would it be? Interconnected, like between real physical world and digital world activities like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like maybe just doing it once would at least give you the memory to like solidify or like create that neural pathway that you could always go back to.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's a lot of other things that the brain, just because my background is in special education, brain development, like the brain, it really can't tell the difference between what is real and what's not. It stores it in the same way. So I would love to dig deeper in that and find those ways. But Roots, welcome. Yeah, I'm glad you came back up. I lost you for a second. Glad you came up as a speaker. How are you today?
Hey, how you doing? I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, you guys are talking about some green spaces, and don't forget about my cacao orchard over there. You know, it's a nice little spot to sit under some trees.
Yeah, we need, because it's, like it's like I forget about places. We need like a reoccurring event there or something, like to bring people in and our POI star.
We need a directory or something, like where it's like, okay, you want meditation? Here you go. Sorry, Roots, go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't deserve a POI. I haven't done anything over there, but it could use some sprucing up if any developers are out there. Or Judas if you're around. He's the one that built it initially. But yeah, I'd like to spruce it up and make it a little bit more fun place to go visit. But anyways, I just want to say hello and good morning to everybody out there, and it's a nice day.
Roots, weren't you going to? When I remember when I first saw that. My chocolate's all gone. I may have to order more, but I thought you mentioned something about creating a instance of actually gathering and making the chocolate. If I
Yeah,
remember
I have some
correctly.
game ideas, you could do the gathering and building something, that's kind of done all over the place. I have some other game ideas, and I sent you a message, one existence actually. I have some ideas for some things you've talked about in the past as well that I haven't been able to get my ideas out. Uh, but yeah, I'd like to do something with that space, and it's a nice little relaxing space.
100%, because you got that stream, that little stream running through there too. Is very
Right.
nice.
Yeah, I'd love to have that stream actually move and maybe convey you. That'd be kind
I,
of fun.
I,
We can
I
do
could
that, Roots.
Right.
I could see like a cacao bean like farming game be like a portable experience where like you activate it and like the world is your cacao farm.
Yeah, right. Like MetaMine did with you can have coins anywhere now.
Yep, exactly.
Cool.
I mean, I feel like ideas like that will come soon. Like, there's gonna be people like creating games within portable experiences. Now, I'm not the developer, so I don't know if that would be easier or harder, or but maybe
Well,
someone up here could tell me. Go ahead.
just possible. That's all we need to know. It's possible, right?
Roots,
Yes.
yeah, like Roots. I've made a moving stream like that with my limited animation skills. So I'm sure somebody that really had the wherewithal could totally do that.
Right. So,
Don't
anyways, I don't mean to take up space with trying to brainstorm what I should do with my little square, but um, mostly just wanted to say hello.
That's what this space is about.
We're
Community
here to
building.
brainstorm.
That's right.
Hey, how about for Wellness Month in January that I keep bringing up because because I want Decentraland to put as much energy into Music Month as they into wellness, because ultimately that's really where the value is all of us self-improving as much as we can. So I just keep bringing it up, but let's do a nature walk. Let's do like get all of the nature preserve parcels, like places like yours that has nature, and then have I don't know, maybe a guided tour, or maybe just kind of like something people can complete on their own time. But like you walk through, you do a maybe not even a quest, you just walk through these properties, you look for the chocolate, the cacao bean on Roots land, and yeah, I don't know, other ones. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I like that.
I remember on Beyond the NFT, you like commented that Jay should be a speaker for Mental Health Month, or like a speaker for something around those events. Vanessa, are you like secretly planning an event for Wellness Month where
I'm
you're gonna have
always,
Jay speak?
I'm, I'm always planning an event. I mean, part of what I did, I was a teacher at a high school, and so, uh, crisis intervention. I mean, I was a suicide prevention specialist, and so this stuff really hits home. And I mean, I think we talk about it a little bit. We make a theme for a month, and but the reality is that people need it much more than probably any of us talk about. And I think that, like True Bandram had the Mental Health Action Day, which was awesome. However, Mental Health Action Day without action is you need the action part. And so, I can only do so much, and I'm protective of my peace because, going through life in a high school with high schoolers, it's rough, and I've I've paid my price, and so I can't carry the world on my back. But I'm certainly hoping that that what Decentraland does for each of these themes, if they're truly gonna spend, or like have the Biennale for the architecture month, and the AI from Dabcraft, like what are we doing for wellness? Because out of all the themes, that's really the only one that matters. However, I will say, like, in my opinion, that's just the scope that I'm coming from. That's my perspective, because that's my background. So not everybody might feel that way, and I don't think that I don't think planning an event would be good for my mental health. But encouraging everybody else to do it, I'll keep doing that.
Yeah, we need in spaces to have not spaces or places to have a wellness filter that directs you to meditative spots.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I think even having having crisis like a crisis center in world. I mean, I've been at Genesis Plaza before when a user was like, I don't, you know, like pretty much I don't know if I want to be here anymore. And it was like, how do we get this kid? I mean, he was young. Like, how do we get him resources? How do we get him help, like, ASAP? And so, I mean, I don't mean to, take this a different direction, and I am careful. I don't want to, re-traumatize anybody, but it is, it's serious. It's Wellness Month is not just about, eating your veggies and doing yoga. It's much deeper. So it's a hard topic. But it's, yeah, it's a hopeful. I don't know. Like, it'd be cool to bring in more resources. I think there's just so much room for that here. I would love to see a smart wearable that you could, like, activate if you need a friend, if you're in crisis and you need somebody to talk to right now, that it would, maybe ping people on Discord, ping people in world, and they can teleport to you, and, nobody has to sit alone.
I'm big on that too, and I know there's Twitter spaces out there for people to talk about their issues. Um, Something I don't ever hear about and that I wish would be out there is for dealing with or um, coping with somebody who has schizophrenia, because I have a good friend who does, and I think it's just getting worse. But one of the biggest problems there is them not wanting to help themselves, unfortunately. So
Yeah, it is. It is hard. You have to help the helpers. You have to help the helpers. One thing I would like to see is, I know there was a Dow grant paid out $60,000, I think, right, to metaverse architects for the Mind Easy. Um, I know they, excuse me, I know they ran into some roadblocks and weren't able to deploy. But I would love to. I mean, we have paid money for this subject. That I'm sure they're going to do something for Wellness Month, right? Wink, wink.
That would be hopeful. I can tell you, while it's not in world, there is a world for it. Parts of it work. I don't think all of it does.
Yeah, I think that I would just, yeah, until that one works, I wouldn't support more grants. I just like that. I was
Yeah.
so excited for that one. That one, it sounded like a really good one. Like I don't know, it seems like a lot of for a while, a lot of brands were just using the word mental health in the metaverse and like, we're gonna, do this. And it's, I don't know, just the reality is so much
And
harder.
and one of the biggest disappointing parts about it is that the website doesn't even refer to it. So, sorry, that one's a stickler to me. So,
Yeah, that's funny. Jay, you've got your hand up.
Yeah. The mental health subject is touchy, um, and I collectively, not just in this space, I think collectively around the planet and the country, we are all suffering a bit in some way or another. And it is, I think, the first step is talking about it and bringing up the issue, so we can collectively understand and hold a little compassion for each other, depending on what we're going through individually, and just hold that space. And I think that's the first step. And I think now we're getting into the technological adventures of us being able to physically do something about it. So first we can talk about it, and now I think we can physically do something about it. And me, and along with many others that we work with, I think martial arts for me is a huge component in that, and not just fighting martial arts. Like we were talking about qigong and breathwork exercises, and I think that's something I would definitely be able to contribute to us generally, us collectively, because it's something we need. We do sit around a lot, and it's easy for us to get stuck in our own head, and especially when we're by ourselves. And I think the metaverse is a great way for us for people around the world to meet up and heal together. Collective consciousness does have a power to it. Even if you go to a simple setting as like church, everybody there is in good spirit. When the energy is combined, there is a healing process to it. And I think if we could do that in the metaverse, that would definitely start spreading healing and love to others around the world. And I think having, labels and stickers on it isn't a bad thing. I think it's great. I think it's a great way to open up those doors. And I think it's now, especially with all these events happening in the metaverse, and even this morning, like when I went to Tanpogo's meditation, like that was super cool to do. Like we just came by, meditated, listened to the same frequency, and we all healed together. And I think that's something we could keep doing and encouraging each other to do, to heal one another, especially through the hard times we individually go through. Whether every subjective case can be healed through through meditation and helping each other, sharing love. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, not even close, or many medical professional, but it's every day that we have to do these things to help us get over these humps. Life is suffering, and we need to do these things every day to help us get out of that suffering. And I think we can all do that together.
Yeah, thank you. I think like especially the nature of a lot of what people here are doing. Like I see a lot of developers, a lot of people that probably work remotely, and I think COVID really just drove this home, especially in my area of Washington. There were a lot of people that worked for big tech, and they were able to move away from Seattle, and so they moved to the other side of the mountains in the middle of nowhere, and they could still work for these big tech companies, but they're working by themselves. They're isolating themselves, and I see the people in this room that are amazing devs, but I'm like, where's your community? Like I told this to KJ a long time ago. I wanted to make like a half-hour Twitter space called like Monday Morning Water Cooler, where everybody that works remotely, it'd be like showing up to the staff room to your job, and like you'd see everybody. You'd be like, how was your weekend? Okay, cool. Oh, my dog ran away, and Johnny's teething, so it really sucks. But like those of us that work in this field, you miss that, and you miss community, just being around other humans, and I think maybe that's why this place appeals to so many of us. And I've got friends who this is their social life, and it's in some ways deeper than, you know, a social life that relies on your job, you know, like if you work at Home Depot, whoever got the job next to you, like that's your social life. And I don't know, here you friends become your chosen family, I think, in a big way.
He's down in the listeners. I think Blease has something coming up that's probably around this topic somewhat on the 11th, I believe.
Oh, Canessa, that would be another good speaker for for January.
Yeah, okay, I guess I'm doing an event for
Yes,
January.
you already have 2 speakers. You have the land. You have the speakers. You have the Mew. What else is needed? But
Yeah, I'm in, Vanessa. I'm in. You got my support. We'll talk about doing something. I'm in.
Okay, I'll do it. Anybody else wants to do it? Mental health, hit me up.
Count me in.
Even though I'm on the verge of fainting right now because they're talking about speaking, but we'll do it. We'll do it.
That's okay. I mean, it can be, you know, that kind of stuff. It can be pre-recorded and lots of different ways to do it. So I think or sometimes your why, it just gives you that extra strength to do those crazy things you never thought you could.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll definitely talk, and we'll come up with some ideas. I have some ideas already, but yeah, after the show or another day, let's definitely talk about. We'll break some bread. You know, we'll talk about ideas for sure.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm excited.
And yeah, Blease, if you would like to come up and say hi, you're more than welcome to. If you're not available for all that, it's okay. Just want you to know that I love you, bro. And also, wow, the room has like been just slowly growing. Welcome, new listeners. I see we have. Excuse me. I see we have Javi just came in. We got Biometa in the house, Madamus. Yo, everyone check out Hedge. He is in the crowd. He's a Nihiling. He hosts a DJ Twitter space like every Friday. So if you could like catch him, like he'll definitely keep you entertained. What up, EPD Rabbit? What up, Andrea, Kyle? So good to see you all. Oh, did we ever answer that request, Canessa?
For Blease, I did, and now I don't. Yeah.
Oh,
For
there he
Blease,
is. There he
he's
is.
here.
He just popped.
Yeah.
He's just popped up for me. And welcome, Blease. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, friends? What's up? What's up? Appreciate the shout outs and appreciate the space and happy, 11/11. Yeah, just kind of did a little guided meditation with colorful meta today, and yeah, it's been nice, and just vibing out and hanging out, listening to you, fine DCL peeps. Yeah. Appreciate it, and hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah. I mean, we're hanging out. We have Jay up here. We got a knower, one existence. It's been a pretty good space. I remember like an hour ago, I was like, "Hey, looks like we're just slowing down. Maybe we could." And then we got that second wind of life here, and we've continued the conversation. So yeah, a little bit of context. I don't know if you were like in here before, but like I kind of like mentioned just now, I'm like saying like, hey, Blease would be a good speaker. It's because back on Monday night while Jay was speaking on Beyond the NFT, Canessa had commented that he should be a speaker for like kind of Monday, or not Monday, January, which is like what is it exactly? Is it mental health or is it
It's wellness. It's
wellness?
To me, I like because it's frame it in mental health, but it can be so many different things.
Mental wellness. So I mean, I just know you from being like around in the space, seeing all the content that you make. Like it is perfect for, like, you could definitely be a speaker if you ever wanted to, of course. Like, not trying to just like put you in there, but yeah.
Well, wait, you put me on the spot for hosting the whole thing, so of course Lisa's going to be a speaker now. You're on the panel. I'm putting your name in it right now.
Okay, so yeah, more context, I guess. So is this like a summit kind of thing in DCL, or an in-world thing?
It's the theme. So like Decentraland has a theme for each month. And so let's see, last month was AI. Before that, it was architecture. This month is the music. It's music month. December is holidays. January is wellness. So there's, anything official is hopefully done through Decentraland. I don't know what they've got planned. I was just saying that to me, like, wellness is a priority. That to me should be, one of the most important themes that we take on. And so we were just coming up with ideas of how to make that happen and how to bring, how to use a metaverse to make people's real lives a better place, because otherwise, what are we doing here?
Oh, I love that. And yeah, it's kind of been on this journey that I've been on with making these long animations and like these meditation videos. And recently I have been diving into AI music because I am not a musician myself, and I just need some like music or beats or whatever, and it's kind of been like the missing element. And so combining that music with these animations, just it's been very therapeutic for myself to create these animations, and seeing others resonate with them too, to just bring this sense of calm, and to have like this in the background, and have started to then get into AI voice and like voicing these like guided meditations and these quick guided meditations, because I just think we don't take enough of a pause each day, and like there needs to just be like at least one moment in the day that you just kind of reflect a little bit, and it can just be a minute, like kind of bringing practicality to meditation, of like you don't need to go like in a monastery or something to meditate. You can literally just take a minute, and you just literally 60 seconds, and you just pause for that day, and it's kind of like that carpe diem, or you're just kind of reflecting and just saying like that this day could be the last day, and to one of those days that will be true. And when you can just accept that fact that, the bad news is nothing lasts forever, the good news is nothing lasts forever. So kind of just bringing awareness to that, and that's kind of what I do with like these animations and stuff. And if you follow along on TikTok or whatever, I've been putting out those kind of 1 minute like animations, and it's supposed to just like come across your timeline, and maybe that's your sign there. And I apologize too of like scheduling out this 11/11 thing, not even realizing like it's, Saturday's the community building, and you guys have been so consistent with that. I was just focused on the 11/11 part, and it's like, oh yeah, it's Saturday. I just am so present. And each day it's like day. I don't like Monday. What does that mean? Tuesday. What does that mean? It's just day. And it's like, oh wow, it's Friday. Oh shit. Okay. You have to come back to earth on some things. But yeah, when you take it that way, it's like, okay, 11/11. Oh, okay, that's just on a day. Oh wow, it's Saturday. So sorry, go off on a tangent, but okay.
I think, Blaze, anytime that you or the community has something like that, like, please, like, I don't know, I would just say, let us know. And, these spaces, they can be pushed back. They can be held earlier. Like, I think, we don't hold this time in we don't have it written in stone if it's something else like that is that comes up. So yeah, just let us know.
Yeah, I'm bummed that I missed it. Like, if there's any feelings like going on here, I'm just like sad that I yeah, that I wasn't there. Like I wanted to be there. Anything that Blease, hosts, I definitely am a fan of. So, I want to support. So, you could always shoot me that message like, "Hey, I'm having an event. Like, here's the event page." Um, Blease, did I see that recently you had a video on YouTube that kind of like hit like 10K views in like a short amount of time?
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, it just took off. I just made this random like AR video with like a skeleton and had it with the setup, and it was actually colorful. She's like, you should just do this video really quick. And it's one of those videos, some of these videos you could spend hours on and it gets maybe a couple views, and then it's the video that literally it took 15 seconds probably to think of, to do, and to publish it. And it's now got like 24,000 views. And yeah, was my first video to hit 10,000 out of all of them that I've done over the past couple years of putting out this content. And so it's just a testament of just keep doing it and keep trying different things. Like you know you I would have never made that video if like you didn't just say like, hey, just you should try doing this. And it literally with I made like a Halloween animation and put that on the screen and did the little quick clip. To just you have to get out of your own way sometimes and to just do it. Like we can overthink it and like, oh, I want to do this whole production and this and that. And it's like it's the one thing that you kind of got out of your own way and just did, that really just takes off and just benefits your other stuff, because if they see that, then they're going to be checking out your other stuff that you've been putting on. So even if it doesn't get noticed, and I saw that too, where they started to go to other videos, and it's like you just keep being consistent and have that other reason that you're doing it. It's not just to do that, like you're bringing some kind of value there, not only for yourself in creating it, but also for whoever kind of interacts with that. So having that kind of other value to whatever you're putting out there, I think is really key. And like the value that I was kind of talking about earlier is just to bring that, right now, that isness of the day, to you and some trippy ways.
That's so cool and so bizarre because I mean, I know like just the work that goes into making videos is like YouTube videos and making a channel. It's phenomenal. So I would imagine, I don't know, I'm just like oh my gosh, it could be so frustrating but like so awesome. I mean, at the same time, does it change how you're going to like create your next video, just like having that kind of reaction to like a video that came to you more quickly?
Just don't be above memes. If you can't meme yourself, if you can't make fun of yourself, don't take yourself too seriously. Don't take whatever you're doing too seriously. If you're not having fun, if it's literally not sparking joy, if it's, causing this frustration, just it's not worth it. Like if it's just not worth your energy. And to be really conscious of the energy that you're putting out, and like you can get frustrated, and I've gotten frustrated with content of like, I don't understand this, why isn't it liking this video, and you're trying to force it to like I like this, so I'm gonna force, the algorithm to like this, and it doesn't work that way. You have to really learn, like it's not just what you want at the end of the day, it's what other people want as well. And like the algorithm's trying to help you and trying to make that connection of, and so it's a bit of listening. And so what you're saying about the next piece of content, it's like, okay, I'm listening to what people are resonating with, and they like the meme stuff, and I mix in the meme stuff and try to make people laugh with it because it makes me laugh. And again, it comes back to just being able to laugh at yourself and your own content and kind of repurpose it, in a different way. And you still have your serious videos, and not to take away from that, but also have some fun. And I made a TikTok for my dog, and it was out of frustration of the algorithm and stuff. because a dog doesn't care what content you're putting out. Like Ranger doesn't give a shit if he hits 4,000 views. He doesn't care. And so it kind of brings like this mentality of just like it is like Ranger's content like that feed was so therapeutic to me as like a content creator, and like I could just make stuff that, you know, I don't care what the end result is. It's just fun. And the funny thing is, it took off because that's the mentality I had. And so it was, I guess, through learning that, it made me have a different perspective on my own stuff and to really bring some joy, because I do feel the and hear the frustration of other content creators. And it's like, you know, have fun with it at the end of the day, because if you're frustrated, that frustrated energy will be seen in the content, whether you're conscious of it or not.
Yeah, I hear you. My dog used to be a dog fluencer. Yeah, he had a good little following, or has a good little following on Instagram. And so sometimes, you know, when I'm doing like social media, I'm like, you know, this would be so much easier if I was a dog. Dogs get so many followers. They get so many likes and engagement. I when metaverse pets.
Well, that petaverse thing was so cool. I just want to give that a shout out.
Yeah, because they made a replica of my, what used to be my IRL dog. And I've used her in Hyperfy actually as my avatar.
That's so cool. I think wasn't Purina here for a while, or like
Through Petaverse, yes.
was that okay?
Yep. They had the adopt a pet to feed thing. Because pets are good therapy.
It's telling that cat videos are one of the few things that can always do well on the internet, because cats, while they're capable of being loving and loyal like a dog, sometimes they also just don't give a shit, and they're not afraid to tell you that they're not really feeling it. And but they can also be goofy, and
That is so true. And I think like yeah, I used to actually want to make a therapy. I wanted to 3D print a therapy dog for my classroom, and then use like the Arduino processor or Raspberry Pi to program random interactions. And I was going to use like magnetic filaments so that when your hand would touch it, it would receive that feedback, that you could actually like pet it and then program it to, you know, like maybe 50 times that you pet it, it like sits down, but you'd get that like random interaction where then it like, you know, program it to respond. And you could put a camera in it and like take a picture of the student. And yeah, kind of the same thing. Like it would be so powerful to have like 24/7 emotional support AI robot. I never quite got that far.
So
Somebody
so
picked that up.
there's actually and I'm guessing Mate came up to talk about it, but there's a second project that uh, confused me, because we had the Petaverse Decentraland, and then there's this other one that's called Petaverse, which Petaverse Decentraland let them take the actual Petaverse name. So I think it's the Decentraland is Petaverse NFT. Uh, but the other Petaverse, which is not in Decentraland, unfortunately, uh, has cats, and I'm guessing Make is up here to talk about that. Hey, Make.
Hey, family. First of all, Canessa, Sin, Jay, Lise, Mariana, Ruston, Drip. My God. So many special people that I'm so grateful to know. In this room, I saw little brother Bio, Fancy down there, Bit the Goat. Thank you all for being you and being here together. I can talk about the cats, but I'm going to start actually with wellness and wholeness, because, you know, I've dealt with three really important people in my life have taken their life. So any way we could work to help more, you know. We are currently we currently in our family have a young girl.
Is he rugging for anyone else or just me?
Yes, he rugged for me as well.
Rugging.
Yes. Okay, I heard you say am I rugging, so you may be back.
Mic check.
And
How's
you
that?
left off with your girl.
We're dealing with a young girl who has tried to now take her life 5 times in the family, and nobody knows how to reach her, and it's just like sometimes you just gotta say something and just be like, hey. And I've tried to, do your best, but sometimes people don't want to be reached by everybody. So it is a really good idea. And if you do something, maybe I can, now that she's 18, maybe direct her towards a group of people who might want to just be near people. It's so hard. So thank you for bringing it up. Whether we want to talk about it or not, we should, so we don't bottle these things up, and maybe somebody else is going through this too and have more resources. And like I said, I've lost some very close friends and family in my life to suicide. So anyway, we're working on it. You just let me know. So there is that. But thank you, I guess. And then I'll move on because I'm having trouble. The Petaverse. Yes, there's the Petaverse in Decentraland, and it's super cool. And I actually thought it was the same thing. They gave the Petaverse.com, or their name, also NFT project, started by Susan Cummings. So they're VR, AR, and soon to be Tamagotchi pets that were launched as an NFT project. Susan was one of the founders of Rockstar Games, and she's working pretty hard. Um, I wouldn't rush everybody to go out and buy it, but I would say as it evolves, I think they'll have a real opportunity to bring that digital pet to the experience. I don't know that they're going to make it into Decentraland because of their agreements um, with the Petaverse that's in Decentraland, but pretty amazing stuff coming, you know. Uh, so I think that's where that difference is existence. They actually worked out a deal so everybody could play nice together, which I think is pretty awesome. Um, and then I'm really excited to team up with my Decentraland and Beast family. A lot of you are in this room. We're getting awfully close to the next part of this. So I just want to chime in, say thank you to Kinessa, Sinful, Rustan, Existence, um, Mew. I know we've talked about it. Existence has gotten all the necessary groups and things together for that, all the paperwork, projects that passed, projects that failed, so we could look really deep into it. We're getting awfully close. I've got Red and Raph are ready to at least look at the next chapters. So I just wanted to poke that out, as I know Music Month is so busy for you all. We're working in the back channels to get all the steps ready, and we encourage, first of all, support, but also just I just want to say how grateful I am for you guys coming together and offering time and services to make this possible for all Beast, and welcome as many people as we can to our favorite place. So thank you all so much. We'll be in touch, but I just wanted to pay you guys huge dap and hella hearts to say thank you for trying to make this possible with us.
Thank you, Make. I'm sure that there's way more going on behind the scenes than we even can understand and realize. And we look forward, like next week, Music Fest, everything. I think it's going to be a great time and great to see everything. And thank you so much for coming up and speaking. And I know it's kind of just a topic that I got to stay surface level. I can't go too deep, or there's just no stopping. So I appreciate taking the time and the courage to come up and speak. That takes a lot. So big hearts to you, man.
Yeah, man, I'm really sorry to hear that, Make. And to be honest, I'm like hesitant these days to even really go more than surface level on my own. journey through life with mental health, because it's been used as ammunition against me in the past, unfortunately. So what I will say is hopefully everybody can recognize the need to destigmatize these kind of conversations. Um, and for anybody who's like struggling to understand just the what would make somebody want to take their own life, or what makes it so difficult to get through to somebody when they're in that space. I'll kind of speak from what my own knowledge is, I guess, of it. Is it's like it's not always that you want to be gone from this earth. It's just that you want to find some kind of relief, and you've almost lost hope that that kind of relief can exist. And it's tough because it feels like nobody really understands that aspect of it, and all the like advice and attempts to connect with you feel almost superficial. So I haven't really found a great way to to get through to somebody when they're feeling that way. But it, all I can say is it's hard to explain. But just I think having somebody just be who's just willing to be there with you at that time in your life is always a help. And I guess it doesn't always have to be approached like the person needs to be fixed. They just need to be understood and listened to and supported, like in any way possible, I guess. And I know that kind of that's not that's not really a great like explanation of how to really make an impact, but um, yeah, I do want to say thank you to Canessa though for bringing the kind of well, first off, for your efforts of being a suicide prevention specialist. That really that must take a lot. It's like one of the things that I've wanted to help people with, but yeah, it must really take a lot of strength.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anybody has teachers out there, I think just it doesn't matter what subject you teach. If you're in high school, middle school, even elementary school, um, you don't have a choice. It's gonna come to you. You're gonna, whether you think you're teaching English or not, you're gonna. It's just I don't know if it's different than it used to be. I don't know what it used to be like. I think it was always tough, but yeah, I mean, it is just hard, no matter what. So it's hard to be a teenager, hard to be an adult. There's just no getting out easy, I'm afraid. So uh number one most preventative thing, and I wrote it down on a piece of paper and I got it at my office, carrying conversation between two people. And I've had a lot of those conversations in Decentraland, like one-on-one conversations. You don't know what that person, you don't know what their day looks like. And so, I think anybody that's taken the time to to have those conversations, I think they mean more than probably we'll ever know.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. So far, we are at 2 hours and 18 minutes of our space. We've had amazing conversation today. Just want to thank our current speakers up here for keeping the conversation going, speaking their experiences and speaking their thoughts as well. And just want to welcome a few people in the crowd. I see Bucktown, the Bucktown Twitter jumped in. What's up, Cowboy Tom? Good to see you. And Jester. Hello, welcome, Toma. Hello, Miss Digi. Welcome. And hello, DC. If any new listeners would like to come up and contribute to the conversation or say hello, you're more than welcome to. Just hit the request button and we'll get you up here. I just threw my Bucktown boxing gloves on, so I'm looking good with the CBD jacket and the gloves.
And use the KJ Strong emote too. They look really good with that.
What? That's like my signature emote. It's like my
Nice.
favorite. I love doing the KJ Strong emote.
I was trying to look at the gloves to see what that little symbol is. It's cool. It's a little skull.
Oh, you're looking at the black ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I had
black.
to send my the other ones to my alt so that I could fight so I could do battle with myself. I actually like the other ones, like the red ones. So now I got to send them back, but my yeah, Alicia has those. She's not sending them back.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, are you having Alicia, your intern, box you now? And yep, poor
Yes.
Alicia.
Yes, but I gotta be careful because people really thought I hired an intern. No, it's just my alter ego. Like, I did not hire an intern.
It's
But
her second wallet named Alicia.
yeah, I think actually now she's like an unminted Canessa. But I should take her back to Alicia. She I don't know. She hasn't seen Sinful Media for a long time. She's worried that maybe he got canned by corporate.
Yeah. They're having a little trouble with funding up at the top, but it's okay. They'll keep running. He's personally taking on the role of leading it all, so he's busy.
Oh man, I hope people know we're joking because like, what did I say? I think I said like I'd sent Alicia for coffee, and they thought I really had a person going to get me coffee. I'm like, guys, like my coffee's 5 hours old. I can't even walk to the microwave and heat it up. I definitely don't have an intern taking it. So yeah, we'll have to figure out how to do that, like AI. I mean, I guess robots and stuff, but like, what if we could have an intern here? That'd be so cool.
Digital intern. Go ahead, Mick.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there are any updates for Music Fest. I know we're just a little diversion, maybe a little ease of the brain right now as I go down the rabbit hole. Also, Unknower, thank you, my friend. Yeah, I just gotta say, like, finish out from what I was saying because I guess I'm holding on to it. Yeah, our niece, she's now 18 years old, which changes things greatly. She's tried to take her life and been in the hospital 5 times. And now that she's 18, the family can't really keep, help in the same way. They tried to let her go to college, but they didn't tell her roommate, right? And I never know what's easier or better, right? And then she grabbed all of her roommate's her Tylenol when she went to school, and at home they lock it all up, right? And so, now this young girl is 18 and she could sign things herself or do things herself. I don't know that she has the finances to do those things, but it would be interesting to find, and whether I talk, you can try and be there or send cards or whatnot, right? It might be interesting to see. Maybe there's a broader brush that's not even just for individuals, but maybe there's a way we could help an organization have a landing point, um, like a prevention hotline or something that might gather people to just talk. So, just something I was thinking about there. Need to get that one out for something to think about because it is weighing heavy. And then to divert, Music Fest, where I know we're coming really close. I know a lot of new people want to come. I know a lot of people are helping in a lot of directions. Is there anywhere we can update and point people to the schedule? I know there is the site, still kind of a lot of TBD there. Is there anything that help us start gathering our troops and start welcoming people to the month?
That's a good question. Last year I organized an event on my land of just pretty much like um having like a sampler platter of each of the places, and then tried to like do um like a tutorial and kind of like like if people were new to Decentraland, that was a way that they could just get started. But um yeah, I haven't seen anything. I think yeah, if anybody else has, that'd be good to know. I don't It would be cool, like we always talked about, having an organized event like that. I guess like the thing I did last year, it was having a event listing that was like new user onboarding, and then they could see that listing and come to my land, and then the idea was that people would be there, and so yeah, I'm not gonna do that this year. I'm just gonna enjoy the event. But hopefully somebody will do something. Maybe the foundation. I'm not sure.
I do. I mean, not to shill anything, but more just to put it out there. We are, and I think you're coming by, but we're doing on Metaverse Monday. We're going to do an onboarding session. But I was just wondering if there's anything else we could gravitate to, not only to welcome people, but like a schedule or where we could point people to getting more information.
I've expressed my disappointment in this for quite some time now because I've been trying to talk about it in spaces, but I have nowhere to send anybody. I have been in the Decentraland Discord, which has a channel, and that is basically the only place of anything I've been told that you can go. Or you can reach out to Bay Backner. Um, I hate doing that because she's so busy. She's trying to put this event together. I don't understand why there isn't some sort of schedule. I've been told that, okay, so they had the winners from this contest. They had the winning performers, and I've heard, I think it was even High CC who had Gucci Toe on there last week, and she called him a headliner, which is kind of how I grasped the whole thing, that those that won were kind of going to be headliners, unlike in the past where they had big names come in as the headliners. But I don't know. I can't say that's officially true. I've been told that the venues that have been picked as to be in the center of it are supposedly working out schedules between each other, although any venue in Decentraland is supposed to be able to participate as well. How they're scheduling, I don't know. I've even put a tweet out. What venues are looking for people? I've gotten no response. Um, so I'm going to express my disappointment one more time in here about how this is all coming together and going down. So sorry, Make. I wish I could tell you, but your best bet is to, and the only way to access the Decentraland Discord, you can't, their invites are turned off. You have to go to the homepage, scroll all the way down to the bottom, select Discord. That's a deterrent right there, in my opinion. Or else reach out to Bay Backner.
Okay. Well, thank you, first of all, Existence. I appreciate you and the heart on your sleeve and the love you have for Decentraland and everything around it. Okay, well, we're going to just keep chipping at the wheel. Maybe there would be something that could be cool since it's Decentraland month, and there are some fantastic Decentraland ambassadors in here. Maybe without trying to put more work on everybody's plate, because I know how taxed everybody is. But maybe there is a way, even like a type of page or something we could do for music artists to say, hey, if you have interest in being in, put down genre, bio, and Twitter name on this form, and we could, venues or people could look at it. I mean, we could do something that wouldn't overtax us, I'm sure.
That would have been nice had this come about sooner. The other thing I can tell you is Cheddar Queso put together a list of the venues where performers can perform. She's working on an onboarding kit for musicians specifically, with the venue names, how to stream, all the things that a performer will need in order to perform in Decentraland currently. And then also, I'm going to take a moment real quick because you have I believe, a first time listener, relatively brand new to Decentraland person in the room who has a marvelous, beautiful voice I had the privilege and honor of hearing, and that would be Weiberger down there. Cowboy Tom introduced me to her. Maybe a future guest on Beyond the NFT as well. So welcome, Weiberger. Good to see you in the space. And hopefully you got a hold of somebody and are able to perform during the month of November, because remember, it is the whole month of November. Music is the theme, so it's not just the music festival itself.
Yeah, welcome, Weiberger. And yeah, if you haven't found a place to perform, definitely message me if you'd like. My DMs are open, and I can definitely get you on a stage. And I see them coming up to speak, so...
Oh, that's so weird. They were invisible to me until they've requested, because I've been looking through and like, no, where are they? Oh, that's so awesome. Welcome. How are you today?
Hi everyone. I'm doing good. Actually, I was falling asleep, and Cowboy Tom sent me the link. Like, jump in. I'm like, okay. So I was listening to you and started falling asleep, and I heard Weiberg, and I was like, what? It's me, it's me. And yeah, I woke up. Speaking of Decentraland, Discord server, I joined them. But I can't apply for this music November thing. They answered like next time, and I was like, yeah, okay. So next time.
That's rude. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, that's
Like I said,
that's
though,
okay.
like I said, it's the music is the theme for the month of November. So if anyone in here has a venue looking for somebody, I say snag Weiberger now.
Yeah, definitely. If you haven't found a venue yet, just message me or DM me, and I'll get you in contact with someone that will, like, get you ready to go.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Maybe there's something existence also we could do that separates the festival from the month, and maybe that helps everybody understand, like Weiberger, like, hey, maybe they said next year because they are so focused on that micro experience instead of the whole month. So, there are a lot of ways we could keep pushing this forward, and a lot of talented people coming our way. So any way I can help you do that, existence or sin, you just let me know. I got a condo in DCL. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but everybody are welcome to come play some tunes in my house.
Thank you, Megan. Yeah, in all honesty, as this conversation has been going, I think I am just gonna like set up a Google Doc and send it out. Like, yeah, we are. I agree with One Existence. We are a bit late here, uh, But yeah, I mean, as far as I go, I've just been waiting, and yeah, I haven't gotten any signal of doing it. So I guess I'll just do the thing.
Well,
You
and
know,
you
uh,
know, since sorry, Cadessa, if I see, I've been going on about this. If somebody would have said no, there's nobody doing this. Do you want to? Or it didn't. It did not, because I know the
Hey, we're gonna do it
foundation.
right now, existence. We're
The
flipping the script.
Okay,
Let's
but
do it.
the foundation is kind of weaning us, turning it over to us. So yes, it should be a community thing, and yes, I am kicking myself now, wishing and thought I had just gone ahead and done it myself. But I didn't want to also step on someone's toes, overstep my bounds.
That is true. No, and that's the reason why I like myself, like like I've been saying, I've been waiting for the signal because this is not like my rodeo to spearhead. But if no one's gonna do it, then I guess I'll activate myself. Sorry, Vanessa.
yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, it'd be very easy to just throw in the CBD build for the that we did use for our birthday party, and anybody that wanted to perform. I mean, we're not a nonprofit. We're a no profit, nothing, not even that. Like, we don't have money to pay people. Like, but if we, I mean, you got the stream keys, I've got the land. I don't have a lot of time. I'm not going to commit to to anything else right now. Like, but if it was easy enough to throw together, we could. I mean, we could even do it after the music festival. We got more time, so um, yeah, I'm kind of just sitting back and watching this one since it. Um, I guess maybe just the way that the music festival yeah, maybe just the way that it was announced to us that it wasn't going to happen. It just kind of just made me want to be a spectator this time around.
CBD is activating itself. Is that what's happening here?
Well, ultimately, I mean, that is, it'd be the CBD is for the people. So if people want to actually, I'm like talking for Madamus, right? Madamus is the one that has the build. Um but we could throw the build up if Sin wants to stream. Any musicians that want to perform, like, even if you're already performing, do another concert. I don't know. Yeah, what else do we need? We
Well,
got music, we got land, we got Sinful.
well, old guy's supposed to help me, show me how to set up so you can stream onto a parcel. It's only one, so it wouldn't be anything fancy, but I can certainly make that available too eventually here.
I mean, one existence. I can show you that in like 2 seconds if you like.
The sooner the better, probably.
All right, then after this, I can get you on the CBD. We'll talk after this. Welcome, Web3 Junkie. How are you doing
Uh,
today?
yeah, hi. Hi, thanks for having me up. I'd just like to ask a question about, well, CBDCs. Are they really for the people or are they to control people?
Interesting. I mean, that's a question that will go for each individual will have their own question. If you want to adopt if you want normies to adopt Web3, then CBDCs might be a good thing. But yes, I think they will have access to tracking the people. They will have the technology, the framework set so that whenever they decide, I'm sure they can flip the switch. But that's only conspiracy theory, crazy me.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could probably argue in either direction, but I
Yeah.
think the spirit of CBDCs seems to be to direct people away from more decentralized cryptocurrencies, uh, and you have to kind of question what the motive is there. You know, when a government is is fearful of losing control, either by people losing faith in their monetary system or otherwise. You can only imagine the types of drastic measures they might take to maintain that control.
Can someone clarify what exactly you guys are speaking of?
Central bank digital currencies, I think, or what CBDCs stand for. So it's like a central bank, like the Federal Reserve, creating their own version of a cryptocurrency to kind of keep people in the system, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, Web3 Junkie. I mean, we're just chilling. We're really not like worried about any tokens or stuff like that here. Like we're more like in the creative side of Web3. We like talk about, you know, like building in metaverse, as well as like even performing, introducing people to the metaverse, and yeah, just bringing like different experiences and more things to do within our Web3 space so that it can, you know, grow and flourish. So yeah, thank you. I'll pass it back to Weiberger. I see your hand is up. How are you doing?
Doing good. I just wanted to say that we just finished the drunk karaoke space. Yeah, and Web3 Junkie was there. Well, he's always there. Yeah. Like we were singing and having so much fun. So yeah, we're all about music. Yep. And I like for a second I was like, oh, CBD. It's like the topic, community building Decentraland, CBD. It's the same.
Like I think he may have meant, like, you know, heard me say that and thought that. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
What's good, Web3 Junkie? GM. I just want to jump back in and circle back around with you saying that if that's something you and Existence were passionate about doing, like putting up some sort of Google form, I would be happy to offer my assistance to either offer that out to musicians or help you schedule. Anything I could do to take a little off your plate, fam, all together. And any way we could just keep extending it out. Maybe, and I just don't know though, like, if we need a certain set, not necessarily of rules, but like, hey, this is what you're going to need to do it. You're going to need a way to get to, Stream Key, or, have a active streaming, system already in place to be successful. Anything you could give me to help put that out there, I'm on it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think, like, I mean, definitely I'll start off with the idea that you propose, like, getting a sheet out there, just collecting information, as of, like, you know, name, genre, best time, yeah, stuff like that. Maybe, maybe we can do something. Hmm. And of course, like, you know, there's always the other venues of Decentraland. But yeah, definitely let's get something going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
good.
go ahead.
That'd be good because you get that data from people and you formulate some idea what they think, etc.
I think there are more musicians right now coming, going, wow. And I think Sin, also huge dap to you. You've been bringing so many new people in lately. I've been sitting there doing everything I can to get to Monday nights to see somebody else do something dope. But I really feel like there are so many new, excited people ready to give things a chance. So I'm ready for it.
Let's do it. Uh, just gonna take this moment to reset the room and welcome say welcome to some listeners I see out there. What up, Token Frieza? I like the name. I like the cat. Thank you for being here, Iman and Moira. Thank you for being here, everyone. Honey, Colorful, I see you down there. Welcome, Nicole. And Two-Tone. What up, Two-Tone? My dog. Yo, check out Two-Tone on Kick. He's been grinding lately. I think his kick is like exactly like Two-Tone Bandit. Make sure to drop it in the comments, Two-Tone, for me. And Crypt King.eth, welcome, dude. It's been a while since I seen you in here, and love the spaces that you host. Good to see you. And yeah, like retweet room, tell your friends that we're here, and if anyone would like to come up and contribute to the conversation that we're having, if you're a musician that would like to perform on Decentraland, you're like, yeah, come up, introduce yourselves, and let's formulate a game plan here.
Yeah, and I
Vanessa?
want to welcome Moira up. Moira, the microphone is, I know you're affiliated with Speak Out NFT, which is a project that I follow. So welcome. I'm glad to have you up here as a speaker today. How are you?
Hi, Canessa. First of all, and Sinful Meat Stick. Kind of funny to say that out loud. Sinful Meat Stick. I am just so happy to be here today, Saturday. I just like working on right. So when you're off of work, you still have work. So just working on some more work, and just chilling out on Saturday. And then I saw your space. And at first, I want to say, like, you two, I think we've came across each other a lot on the timeline, both of you. But I don't know if we ever really like spoke like this. So I just want to say I just really appreciate you both. Like I know who follows my mission, and I know who my supporters are. Let's just say that. Even if like we don't talk, I know who they are. And Kanessa, you have just been I'm just so happy that I've known you for as long as I have now. And I just really appreciate your heart. Um, and Sinful, you too, always showing love to me. So I just wanted to say hi because I don't know if we ever really had like vocalized words like this. If we did, probably a long time ago. So just thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a crazy space today. Lots of really amazing conversations and topics come up. I would love to invite you just to speak a little bit on your NFT project because it's near to my heart, and I would love to find a way to find a space for you in Decentraland as well sometime.
Oh wow! Like right now?
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah,
Oh,
I'm totally,
that's
or else I'll shill your project. I love you. It's not shilling. It's, uh, we were talking earlier, about Wellness Month is a theme that's coming up in January, and like, yeah, finding finding ways to use our voices, collective voices, and you're a microphone, and so you have a voice, and now you have the platform. So if you feel comfortable, I'll just totally put you on the spot, and you can tell us a little bit about your project.
sure. So should I talk as the microphone doll or should I talk as the founder?
Whatever you feel comfortable. I mean, I'm a,
Yeah.
my avatar is a dog right now, and he Mew is a mouse that makes cat noises. So however you want to connect to people.
Yeah, sure. So, actually, so my name is Meta Ruth, and as I created this doll, Moira, the microphone doll, and about 2 years ago. So it's kind of funny because I am the doll. Actually, the doll looks like me. The doll is me, and I am the doll. So, so Moira had came about. I created her like almost 3 years ago. You could find it on the blockchain. If you go all the way back about 3 years ago, I created Moira. I'm a domestic abuse survivor, and I've had several thoughts about, uh, let's say, leaving Earth permanently, right? Because when you're in domestic abuse, you think sometimes just maybe leaving Earth would just be the better answer. But I was able to persevere through it because I thought that was my only option out. I didn't think that a life like this could ever exist. I didn't think any of this. I didn't think I could ever live as happy as I have since I found, my Web3 family. And I created this doll because I couldn't speak at one time. Sometimes abuse will leave you thinking that what you say is dumb, how you feel is dumb. You're dumb. You know nothing. Why should you even speak? No one cares about you. Um, Abusers will have you think that nobody wants to be your friend, so they isolate you. You see why they don't talk to you, and they weren't talking to me because of the abuser. They wanted to talk to me, but they were scared. So they put you in this dark situation. So when you get out of it, you don't know how to speak. Even when you're in it, you don't know how to speak. So I used art as a way to express myself. So I created this microphone doll, and on her necklace it says "Speak Out." So I have a collection of all different dolls. They've never been seen before. I keep them hidden for the last 3 years. We have a wellness center and a meditation room, a wellness center, and a school. So if you go to Meta Roots page and go to RLGNY, you'll see we have full body avatar. It's a 2.5. It's not 3.0, so I could always bridge it to Decentraland, Canessa. That's something, we can figure out how to bridge my 2.5 to the 3.0 in Decentraland. I would love to talk about that. So we have a wellness center in a school, a mobile friendly FaceTime screen share chat and text. We're going to be paying instructors to do sound healing in our school, yoga in our school, and things like that. And then yeah, so the dolls. So we have a school, we have a wellness center, then we have the dolls, which will be NFTs when we release that. And then me, Meta Ruth, I am a motivational speaker and activist, right? So I went to New York State Prevention of Domestic Violence, and I try to change the system, on a local level, state level, and public speak. I spoke at NFT NYC where I met Jay. I spoke on Beyond the Profit, NFT art and mental health. So the most important thing is, all I can say is there's two things that are really important, is to check in on your friends, because I literally survived domestic abuse because my sister had actually called me and she said, "Where are you? I always think you're dead. Let me see you. Let me see you." Because she thought, I was going to die one day, and she was right. When she saw me, I had a fractured nose, concussion, brain injury. I couldn't walk. I mean, I didn't tell anybody. I was just ready to die. He said, "Oh, we'll get you a new nose," he said. And I said, "All right, guys, I just got to die right here." And my sister called me. So she checked in on me. She said, and I spoke out, and she saw my face, and now I'm alive and I'm here, 2, 3 years later. So it's been a long journey trying to survive domestic abuse while building in Web3. I wasn't expecting any of this to happen. I just wanted to make art again. I graduated high school as a hairdresser. So I was secretary of my high school. I did all the charity. And then I graduated from 2 high schools. And then I was cutting and coloring hair from a very young age. So I always loved color and 3D art. And so yeah, so we're building. I'm a solo founder, so I've been building here for 3 years here, and I still haven't launched anything yet. I'm solo founder. I pay for everything myself. Most of the stuff I've built myself, except for the 2.5 metaverse. So, we're just here. The microphones are here. We have girls, guys, military dolls. We're just here to remind you that we cannot help you if you don't speak out. If you're having suicidal thoughts, you need to use your voice, right? Whether that's in a message form, right? And just say, "Hey, I'm not okay." You don't have to say, "I'm feeling like I'm suicide." You don't have to say, "Oh, my abuser's beating me." Just say, "I'm not okay. Hey, I'm not okay." Okay. So we're just a reminder for you. And we're not just a reminder, this is a testimony that you can survive, you can persevere. And this microphone say, use. So I want to get these dolls in IRL physical, so people can put these dolls on their windowsills. Say, Metaru said, Moira said, "Speak out. I'm not okay. Speak out." Because sometimes it's too late. Sometimes you there was a girl here in Long Island. He strangled her. It takes about 3 seconds. to die from strangulation, maybe less. They leave no marks. There's no bruises from strangulation. And Jay could probably tell you because he's a fighter. So that's a little bit of my story. So Moira here, this Twitter account, we're just going to bring awareness just like we do. So the Speak Out page is more resourceful and education, and Moira is more of the spokesperson for Speak Out. And then Meta Ruth, I do every Monday, Meta Ruth Monday Motivation. I'm actually working on it right now. So we're going to go over the power of patience tomorrow, Monday at 8 a.m. Eastern. But Kanessa, I just love you so, so, so much. Just thank you so much. I mean, you have no idea. Whenever I see you, it just reminds me of why I need to keep going, right? Because it's always for that one person. We don't do these things for the whole, it's for that one person that really needs it. So we can make the world a better place when we band together and just elevate each other like you did for me today. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to shout out Moira or Meta Ruth, a fellow Web3 friend, and we're both from Long Island too. So just want to.
Yes, Julianne, thank you so much.
She's a cool girl.
I love you, Julianne.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I feel like it's been an emotionally heavy space, but at the same time I'm looking at this space and thinking like kind of how maybe bottled
wait, Kanessa,
up we
I
are
can't
and
hear
like
you.
how
I'm gonna drop down. Hold on.
Oh no. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now. Just like the fact that so many people are willing to kind of just talk about these really hard things, it just tells me like how much maybe we really how much people really do want to talk about this, maybe how much people really do need to talk about this. So I just again thank you. I got a cough I'm getting over, so if you hear me coughing, I feel like I'm yeah, anyway, can't not cough, but yeah.
You're not hitting the peace pipe in between.
No, and I'm I'm not breaking up either. Like I actually, I cried pretty damn easy, but so far I've been able to hold it together in these spaces pretty well. But then when I cough, I'm like, oh no, I'm like, yeah. Oh, you should have heard me yesterday with AJ. He's like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. But man, I really, like, in my head, I'm like wanting somebody to do something for Wellness Month, and just hearing everybody today, it's like, who cares about Wellness Month? Like, we need something, I don't know,
every
people
day.
need something every day. Yeah, totally.
Well, keep in mind that the foundation is probably going to do the same for that month. Rely mostly on the community to put this stuff together. Just something to think about. Even for Fashion Beauty Week next year, it's probably going to lie more heavily on the community coming together and putting these things together.
Yeah, and unless it's an accredited place, I would caution anybody from don't send like a wilderness EMT to do triage on a burn victim. And the same thing, don't send people who don't send people who don't have the training to do this, because it's great when you have victories. And most days as a high school teacher, I had victories, but the days that I lost students, those were the worst. I've gotten so many suicide plans from students. It's no exaggeration to say that I've saved students' lives. So I hope that, like, Foundation's probably thinking Wellness Month, like literally just like yoga and eat your fruits and vegetables. But there's so much more to it, and help the helpers. And if you're not trained, the fallout from that can be really dangerous. And that's why I'm not like, that's why I'm not jumping at the bit to just spearhead this, because I've already paid my dues, and I literally have done my tour, and I will let somebody else take the next round.
Absolutely.
Don't ever blame yourself, Canessa.
Yeah, Vanessa, thank you for everything that you've done. I mean, just anything at all, even if you could just save one life, that's an extremely important impact. And I'm sorry, I see some people have put their hands up, but I just wanted to take a quick moment because I have to jump off in a few minutes. But I just wanted to take a quick moment to say, first off, Moira, your story is incredible and inspiring, and it kind of reminded me to come back and circle around on some things I was saying earlier. Is that a lot of times people are just looking for relief, and part of the reason why it's so hard to give one answer on how to help somebody who's feeling like they're ready to give up is there's it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Those feelings always come from some root cause, and whether it's abuse or addiction or some kind of trauma you've been through that you feel like you need to escape from, it's so hard to it could be so many different things that's causing somebody to want to essentially feel hopeless and like they can't overcome that. But and this could be a potentially unconventional way of looking at things, so take this with a grain of salt. But what has helped me kind of I guess continue on in a sense and remain positive is the idea that um, Ryan Holiday has this book called "The Obstacle Is the Way," um, and sometimes the only way out is to confront this root cause and and um, and like get to the bottom of it and get seek professional help, get treatment, reach out to your community, and try to fix that root cause. And um, there's this idea of quantum immortality that really I tend to meditate on, and it's the idea that science tells us time could exist in multiple timelines, that it's a dimension, a spectrum um, that splits off infinitely. So one idea that I've had is that even though it seems like it'd be an easy escape from our problems to just not exist, that might just be an illusion. It could be that we just end up in some other timeline where we're faced with the same problems that we still have to encounter, or we still have to go through and deal with. Um, so even if it even if you're able to leave one timeline, you've just left people behind who did care about you, who did love you, and really wanted you to like push through what you're going through. But you still have these problems to face, just in a different way. So I don't know if that's really how it is or not, but the idea that you know it might not be that easy, I think could maybe help people out there. Just thinking, that it ultimately you're gonna have to you're gonna experience this in some dimension, some timeline, until you finally find the one where you confront these demons, I guess, head on. Or if you're facing abuse, it's recognizing that you have to get out of that situation. Or if you're facing addiction, it's recognizing that you have to get help and overcome that addiction. Um, if you're facing mental health issues, it's that you need to kind of find somebody who has the expertise to help you with that specific mental health issue, because a lot of times therapists and psychologists um, can alienate people because they don't know enough about what they're going through. Their experiences or their expertise is a mile wide but only an inch deep. So if you're going through addiction, sometimes you might need an addiction counselor. If you're going through more specific mental health issues, it might be worth finding somebody who specializes in that mental health issue and has helped people through that in the past. But yeah, I guess that's where I wanted to leave off my thoughts today, is that it's the difficult part about helping somebody through these thoughts is that there's so many root causes. And I think the only real answer is helping somebody address the root cause. But just know that no matter who you are, there's somebody out there that cares about you. There's somebody who would be devastated by your departure. So, and everybody deserves to enjoy life and not feel like they're burdened by existence. So, just wanted to say, I love you guys, and I'm glad to be part of this community where we're able to have these more difficult conversations. And thank you to anybody who's done any part in reaching out to somebody they care about, because you probably don't realize how much it meant to somebody. So.
Thank you, Unknower. And yeah, thank you for taking the time to come up and speak today and, contribute to the overall conversation. It's been great having you here. Oh yeah, I did want to mention, if you look at the pinned tweet, the middle pinned tweet at the top, in case you didn't catch the Beyond the NFT episode with Jay, you could check it out there, and kind of see what Jay is all about. Like Jay, it was an awesome episode, and I think you would enjoy it. Kanessa, did I see your mic unmute by any chance?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, thank you, Unknower. I was just gonna, I don't know, like, just remind people, suicide prevention hotline number is 1-800-273-TALK. Like, it's good to have that number memorized, not necessarily for yourself, but to give to other people. There's also text lines where people can text if they're not ready to speak to someone, because this is heavy material, and this is it is not material to be taken on your own necessarily. Like, there is help. And, like, I don't know, like, just listening to this conversation, like, being, having some old memories brought up, like, I think the logical thing to do, since, like, Wellness Month is bringing this up, and as I said, I'm interpreting that as, like, mental health, and it's a very heavy topic that should not be minimalized or trivialized or invalidated by, like, so what I think I need to do is talk to the foundation and make sure that whatever they're planning, if it's yoga and eat your veggies, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe just as somebody who, like, this was my profession before I left teaching at the high school, and now I'm teaching at the elementary level. It's quite the same, but maybe I just need to go to the foundation and be like, hey guys, this is not music month. This is not architecture. This is not entertainment. This is not fashion. This is wellness. And so if you're going to bring this to us, you also need to be prepared maybe for, like, not fallout, but, like, let's make sure that we're not, let's make sure we're not traumatizing people, re-traumatizing people. Like, let's make sure that if we're really going to do health wellness, like, let's have a plan. And maybe, what is your plan? I guess I'll go to the foundation and make sure that, they might have a totally different view on it, but just seeing how many people were ready to talk about it today. I just want to make sure that if we do that, we have a safety net ahead of time. Because that's the worst thing, is when you use that as, like, a freaking keyword, I attach mental health to it, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm doing my part. Well, maybe, but for those of us that have been through the trenches, maybe that's really hard. Maybe that mental health wellness, or, action day, like, maybe that was hard for some of us to, without extra. So I just, like, yeah, I think I just need to, like, talk to the foundation and be like, what are you guys planning? And how are we going to protect, help our helpers, protect our protectors? Because if we're really going to like hit heavy topics, then we need to have like, the big dogs in here to help. Like either do it or don't do it. That's all.
Vanessa, I love how you like brought up like the part of like let's not use this as like a keyword here. And you see it so much in this space where like projects will come up because of mental wellness, or like in our DAO, like you have these I want to build something for mental health. It has become a keyword, and like we need to push away from that. Personally, that's why whenever I see any like mental health grants come up, I'm not really even voting on them because I've been betrayed before. We've all been. No, we haven't been betrayed. I think Vanessa mentioned that it wasn't possible or something like that.
No,
Which
I don't know. I don't know what it was. Like really, if you get a $60,000 grant to provide something to bring people some mental health support, then like, I mean, I could do that for $28. I could put something in a world and in a DCL land, and like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. Maybe I am angry. I mean, that was one out of anything. Like, if we're gonna throw $60,000 at a grant for anything, that could have done more good than anything else that we're putting money in. Like the metaverse. I mean, we have so much power here that we're not tapping into. And so, I guess maybe that means I need to send that person a message and be like, I mean, I already did. I was like, hey, where's the I want to say speakeasy, but mind easy.
I've questioned them as well on it. So
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, okay, so yeah, we have been betrayed before, so we're kind of like like out like keeping an eye out for that keyword. But it would be really good to see something like that is solely dedicated, like actually like um actually passionate about bringing mental wellness into like whatever space it may be, Web3, Decentraland, metaverse in general, whatever. Make, I'll pass it over to you.
I mean, first of all, thanks for talking about it, because I mean, quite obviously, I needed to talk about it. So I thank y'all for being brave enough to talk about it. It's really fucking hard I think everybody has had someone in their lives or something affected that changes your life immensely. So thanks. I agree with you, man. We have all been on this roller coaster ride, and some things are going to hurt us more than others when people don't succeed. It only shows us how we can keep going and succeed, So even if they put that up because that was their either a dream or a rug, it still opened the door to wanting to do more, and we're talking about it now. So somebody might step up. I really think going to like the bigger, partnering up with, say, the suicide prevention hotline, something where people could just be in a room a certain amount of days, and we're taking it maybe out of the community's hands and putting some, as Kanessa said, some safety nets in and some strength in. I mean, it's the only way. It will help if we start from a chain like that. And I think if there were people with open arms where we weren't just taking on an individual case, but we're saying to a broader foundation, like, hey, we would love to see a way to help you all. Maybe you guys could do training in there, or find a safe place for teens to speak. Because I mean, I can talk to my kids. I struggle with talking to others. I do sometimes coach baseball teams, and even that's hard. So it's hard to find the answers, especially when we deal with these sensitive subjects. But I really think something like the suicide prevention, or something within that kind of scope, might be a way we put some leaders in. And I'm sure they're all tapped short on resources and time, as almost all important projects seem to be these days. But there are ways to do this.
Yeah, there definitely are ways to do this. It's like shit. Sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I had the suicide prevention like CEO's number in my back pocket so I can hit him up and be like, yo, you, Decentraland, spatial hyperfi, you need to get yourself in the metaverse and start posting up because like there are people here and everyone's important, and that would be like something that might even be very beneficial for humanity as a whole.
Well, and I think it's the people that maybe can't access, like Moira said. I mean, people that are isolated. If they're in a abuse situation, they're isolated from their friends. They're isolated from family, from their safety, their support network. But they're here, and same with people battling depression. I mean, I know friends I've in this audience that we've had conversations, we've had talks, and we know who we are. And this place, like I at the beginning, we had people that came and they were like, this is the highlight of my week, our Twitter space, and it's like, that's your friends become your chosen family. And I had that quote in my classroom because that, for a while I was the strong one supporting my students, and by the end, like, my student that I saved, he was the strong one. He was keeping us grown-ups together, and we'd tell him that. We were like, dude, you're the most stable one in this room. And he'd look at us like, gosh, you guys need help. And I mean, we do. Everybody does. Everybody needs help. Everybody does. And I'll just normalize it by, I had somebody in the community that I looked up to, in this Decentraland community, somebody, you guys would all know their name. And but they made a comment once about like depression, and I reached out to them because I look for those things, or maybe I see them and maybe everybody else does too. But I when I see that, I have my list of people I check in on. I get a reminder every Friday to check in on this person who doesn't log in anymore. But I send her a message pretty much every week because she matters. Even if she doesn't log in to Decentraland anymore, she matters. And this other person that you guys would all know, they said, I post about it to normalize it because maybe I look like I have a huge follower account, and maybe I look like I'm a big person here in Decentraland, but I struggle with depression, with suicide. And so I check in on them. And so I guess my point in letting myself tear up today and like showing some vulnerability is that nobody's got it all together, and nobody's, like, I might look like I do, I might look, whatever, whoever Canessa is, but like we all are struggling with something. And yeah, just like you said, Make, obviously if our conversation's wrapping back around to this, then it's something that we needed to talk about more. And really, like, the word community building Decentraland, this is community. Like everything else we do, talking about NFTs and wearables and that, like, this is community. So I would apologize for being emotional, but I'm not going to, because there's nothing wrong. Let's see, I'm not a faucet, so just because I'm leaking doesn't mean I'm broken. It just means that, my emotions are a little closer to the surface. But I think that, yeah, if anybody ever needs to talk, reach out. I'll put you on my list, and you can put me on yours. And I want to say, Jay is still here. Like, I feel like on a big part, like just Jay being even open and beyond the NFT maybe made this a little bit easier to talk about. And so, like, look at what one person can do to a community. So I love y'all. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, and the number is 988. If anybody wants to text or call the suicide hotline. And we do have a mental health crisis, actually. We have a shortage. It's been going on since 2018. Whether you have health insurance or not, there is extremely long waiting lists. And if you don't have the money for some of these, you'll be waiting a lifetime for to get a counselor. And then the problem is when you get the counselor or the therapist, that's not guaranteed that they're going to be fit to even be a counselor. There's a lot of unfit therapists in this world. You really want to deal with survivors because they know best from experience. Some therapists told me, oh yeah, just let's make the relationship work. Let's try. I was being abused. What you mean, me? Right? So when I look back and I got out and I healed from it, I was like, there's a lot of unfit therapists. You can't put two and two together of what a battered woman is, and things like that. And then so yes, you get the therapist, and then you don't know if they're a good therapist for you. That's a problem. Now you just waited. Now you got to wait another 6 months for another therapist. So the hotlines, guys, right? And I've built call centers myself in the insurance industry. Call centers, as funny as they sound, call centers, they're trained. So when you call like a suicide hotline or a domestic abuse hotline, PTSD, mental health, they're trained to know how to work with this type of behavior. So, I mean, I've called up like screaming, like from PTSD, right? And just scream, and they're there. They sit on the phone, and I'm like, why are you not talking to me? I'm screaming at the lady because she's just listening. And then she responds, and then I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much for letting me have that episode. I'm really sorry that I yelled at you. And then she walks me through it. And the best part is they're trained to give you resources, websites like loveisrespect.org, and they're trained. And then not only that, so after you have your manic episode, you hang up, then they call you back a day later, two later, and I'm like having the best day ever. And she called me. She goes, "Hey, just checking in on you. How you doing? Last time we spoke." So I said, "Oh my God, thank you so much, for being there for me. Everything's going good today." And things like that. So they follow up with you, which is really important. So if you can't get a therapist, I mean, these hotlines, you can call as many times as you want. That's what they're there for. You're having some manic episode, whether relationship, work, any type of crazy thought, just let them know. And they're going to stay on the phone. And it's like having a personal therapist, right? And it's like you just dump in your emotions to someone who's safe, right? And trained to deal with it, right? So please utilize the hotlines. We've got so many hotlines. If you need a hotline, just let me know. I have a private Discord, right? We have international and national hotlines for everyone. We have a couple hundred people in there that I've, handpicked, but I'm starting to become a little bit more flexible with who I let in there. So if you're looking for a place with, we have therapy stuff, we have all different things. It's just a nice little hub. You need hotlines. We have hotlines in there. It's just too many, so just let me know if you need any help. Just speak out.
Thank you so much, Moira. One exists. You've got your hand up, one hand.
Yeah, I've never said this to anybody, but just an example of something went through. One of mine, and I joke about this because in a way it is funny, and I joke about a lot of things, but because I told my friend, and at first they thought I was talking about them, that my therapist said we should see other people. And they proceeded to give me a phone number to call, and they'll help you out. Okay. Which I call that phone number, who proceeds to give me more phone numbers and voice messages. And that's where I've left it. I think something people don't understand is somebody said help the helpers. or whatever, but because there's only so far people will go before they just, nobody wants to help me. Um, and I also want to mention, and you probably have no idea who it is, but some of you have come across them. There is somebody in Decentraland who has worked with something similar in this lines in regards to, I guess, mostly gambling. And it's shocking to find out how young some of these people are they've had to talk to on the phone and try to help them out. Um, they've come through probably quite aggressively and very voiceful on when they're upset about something. But if you've ever had a chance to talk to them, you can kind of really see where they're coming from. And I haven't heard from them for a while, so I'm kind of worried because it's something that they went through themselves. But as it was said, you never know what somebody's going through. And sometimes, and this was said too, sometimes just listening. And there's a difference between hearing and listening. So listening, it can be extremely important.
Yeah, listening is super important because there's a lot of hidden cues that someone who's depressed, right? If you listen to what they're saying, you could pick up if someone's depressed or maybe possibly in domestic abuse or maybe possibly thinking about suicide. So if they say something like, let's say they're part of bowling. They go bowling every week, right, for the last 5 years, and they say, "So, have you been going bowling?" "Oh no, I haven't." "Oh, what? Yeah. When was the last time you went bowling?" "Oh, about 6 months ago." That's a red flag. Someone who loves bowling and has been bowling for years is saying that they haven't bowled, and when they stop doing what they love, right? Or maybe their messages on Facebook are starting to look a little weird, right? Or they say, "Oh, let's see, like, I'm not gonna go. Oh, you're gonna go to, I don't know, Betsy's birthday party," and it's like, Betsy's your best friend. "Oh no, 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 you're gonna miss it. Oh no, I have plans. I have plans. What are you doing?" You know what? I can't make it, right? Just things like, or if they say, you know, just looking at someone's face, a lot of people have scars. They use makeup, to cover their scars. That's for the physical abuse, or maybe someone quit their job, and they were like this hardcore, dedicated, career person, and they just did a completely 360, right? And this was like the job that, I mean, when they stop doing things that they love and they stop talking to other people, super red flags, just really red flags. Or just when they start doing things that are opposite of them, so just listening to those cues, right? Like, "Oh, I'm just gonna stay home tonight." I don't know. There's a lot of different websites and things like that. Those are just a few examples off the top of my head, right, to listen for. Or Mike said that I can't go to this party because he doesn't like this guy. So now you're missing out on things that you should be celebrating because of some, maybe someone's controlling at home, right, over something that you not even do anything. Why? Just they're insecure, and now they're holding you back from doing things that will help you grow because they're insecure or something. Oh, Mike doesn't want you going to the Christmas party. Why? Oh, he doesn't like my coworkers. He don't want me around my coworkers. But your coworkers are like your family. You see them every day. I mean, sometimes coworkers are more like family than family because you're with them more. And this person doesn't want you to celebrate a Christmas party with your job because they're insecure. I mean, something like that. I don't know. Does that make sense?
100%.
So I love what you said about that.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and it's been an awesome conversation. So far, we're at the 3 hour and 29 minute mark of today's space. I'm definitely open to continue having continuing the conversation. Um, and also, I just wanted to invite anyone that is down at the listeners that would like to come up and share themselves or introduce yourselves. And make sure to like and retweet everyone. Thank you all for your time, and yeah, I guess I'll leave the mic open for anyone to pick it up.
Um, just a little bit off topic, but it is also revolving around music, though. However, I posted it up to the top. I'm most of you know a beloved DJ within Decentraland, Steve Tsai. He just had his first release on Sound XYZ. It's out now, and it's called Metaverse. Since he wasn't popping in here to talk about it, I thought I would.
Go ahead.
When can we have like I want a CD-ROM? Well, not a CD-ROM, but like I want a CD with like the sampler of all the Decentraland artists and stuff. And like remember when you could burn CDs and you'd have it like, 20 songs or 20 artists. It's just different nowadays. It's like you can have that. It's just like you got to make it in playlists. But we need to bring that back. We need like the Decentraland playlist so that, well, gosh, I don't even know. Like cars nowadays probably don't even have like a CD player. So we need like mixtape from all of our amazing artist friends that are creating this cool stuff while we're here. And Jay, you came back up.
Oh, yes. I just want to say thank you to everybody for opening up and this space becoming what it was today. I came in thinking I had a list of questions to ask you about building, and it changed and became something more beautiful than I would have ever thought. And I want to say thank you to everybody for opening up and sharing their story. And, sometimes we need to do this to level and connect with each other on topics we are not comfortable speaking about because we feel less than or whatever it is that is holding us back from healing. And pat everybody on the back and pat yourself on the back for opening up and talking about this, because these are touchy subjects, but it's good to do this. And I just want to thank everybody again. I don't want to go down the list, but there's a ton of you, and so odd to have Meta Ruth circle back. I seen her speak at the panel at NYC NFT about 2 years ago, and she spoke about exactly what she was talking about, and it was quite an honor and beautiful to hear her speak and see her on that stage doing her thing. And that's when I first connected with her, and it's very maybe stars are aligned that you came into this space during this talk and coming in here. Like I said, I did not think it was going to be like this. I had a ton of questions about building and Decentraland, and now it became something a lot more. I'm getting choked up a little bit, and I'm sorry, but thank you guys. This is beautiful.
Jay, yeah, I remember seeing you, and when you saw me at NFT NYC, I mean, that was only a few months after I had my fractured nose and everything. Like I was like still nobody realized I was still freshly out of the abuse. My nose probably was still soft, when I saw you. So when I saw you and you had that smile, and it was really really encouraging, to have people like you say, yeah, like that was great, keep going. Like like it's so nice to meet you, because it's just every time you talk about it, you do get triggers, right, with PTSD. So even though it's like, oh, I'm speaking at NFTNYC, or I'm speaking right now, I'm still bypassing like 200 triggers just because if I don't share this with you, then there's a life that we're missing. Like the goal is to save a life. So I have no choice but to share this story, and I have no choice but to stay strong while I get these triggers, because me fighting the triggers of PTSD and getting this message out and saving a life is more important. So just like I'm sure Jay, with training, I've taken years of training and to be able to do this, right? Like practicing every day to nail this story right, so I could speak it freely without triggers, and just keep sharing the story, so that we keep saving some lives.
Yeah, absolutely, and that you did, and that you did, and that you did today again, and I think we all did that today collectively. One by one, everyone else started coming up and sharing their story and how they fight depression and whatever it is that is holding them back. And yeah, you did that today, and you definitely did that 2 years ago, and that's why we're all still in this space building. We're still here making connections and building. And it's not just about the art, it's also about the art of healing each other. And I think this is super beautiful and important for us to get here to this spot mentally, physically. Um, and everybody sharing their story. And I too have dealt with a ton of depression myself, and addiction and alcoholism and drugs, and name go down the line. But and even the students that I have, everybody was dealing with something as well. And man, it was hard, right? Like Kanessa was talking about, being a teacher and me being a coach as well, same thing. Like dealing with these kids and what they're going through, and you have to be the strong one, and sometimes you need to take a step back so you could rebuild. And I feel like coming here with all of you,
Thank you, Jay. And I will pass it over to Web3. See, your hand is up.
Yeah, I'll say that there's an inner lion in all of us that we're stronger than we might think sometimes, and that the hardship that we go through, that's part of the journey of self-improvement, development. And if you didn't go through those hard times, and if you didn't go through the struggle, then you wouldn't progress and come outside the other side as a much more stronger person as a result of that. And yeah, it's a lot of people don't realize face value what people go through in the back, in the shadows, in the background, when they're not showing themselves publicly. And it can be a lot of a grind, a lot of hardship that people don't see, especially with mental health. And if you have gone through that, then I think that it does, and you've worked through it. It does build character, and if you're someone who's been through it, you can recognise that in someone else, and then you can perhaps reach out to them and help them. Sometimes it just takes that helping hand, that's someone to talk to. A lot of people just want someone to talk to so they can express themselves, and that's what I think this journey of life is really about, is finding avenues to be able to express yourself. So, I mean, yeah, you can go for the 9 to 5, but is that really fulfillment? And I think that, yeah, even if you are stuck in a 9 to 5, you can find that in your free time, that avenue to fulfillment, that personal growth and to express yourself, to be creative and enjoy yourself. Because I know from my personal experience that going out and doing things socially is good and that, but it isn't always necessarily my cup of tea and always align with what I want to do for personal development. And I want to be growing as myself, not what someone else tells me to grow as. So, yeah, if someone's feeling down, like having suicidal thoughts and stuff like that, that's never a good thing. And it's just, yeah, you need some help definitely if you're in that situation. It's like severe depression and yeah, bad mental health state. Yeah, definitely reach out to your friends, family, hotlines, any kind of help, really. If you've got that bad of a mental health, yeah, because they're there to support. And if anyone who does that, it's very selfish act to commit a suicide. So Sudoku, it's a Japanese name, because you're then hurting other people by doing so. That's the way I see it, and yeah, and lessening yourself, but throughout the astral realms as well. So that's no good. You want to be a lesser person. You want to be more be a better expression of yourself as a soul energetic signature throughout the cosmos. So yeah, that's my vibe, that's my take. I just try and spread love, peace, love and joy. Namaste, spread it out through the world, so hopefully it'll resonate. And yeah, say it's kind of like a prayer, mantra, and do it through yoga anyway, your own way. Live and let live. You be you, and much love. So thanks again, guys, and don't feel too down, don't feel too beaten up. There's plenty of potential opportunity out there for you, even though you don't not realize it at the moment. It's there, so it's waiting for you, if not in this life, in the next. But like, don't do that, don't go there. But like, yes, it's the world is often fine. It's nothing like you think it is. It's multidimensional, and yeah, it is what you make of it as well. I find you have to go through that struggle, and so yeah, and find and be accountable to yourself before you can shine your light for others to see. That that everyone's it's a divine spark and it shines bright, and that's what we want to see, everyone shining and not being subdued by some unnecessary nonsense going on. And it can be psychological. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to end it there, because I let you guys tell me what you think, etc., and express yourselves, and I'll drop the mic, hand it over. Peace, yo.
Thank you for sharing, man. Thank you for coming up, and I think it was your first time here coming up and speaking in today's space. So thank you for being here. Definitely I'll drop you a follow and hope to see you here in the future. I'll pass it over to Make.
I mean, first of all, Mew, and Kinessa too. Thanks. I mean, at the end of the day, where we all come from and where we're all going, nobody could walk through our shoes, right? So no matter how we see a situation or we interpret a situation, ain't how somebody's feeling. So let's always do our best to be aware that we all feel 100% different of everybody else, and what you see from a situation and what you feel from it, who your friends are, who your friends aren't. But there's a reason I love me some Decentraland, and this is one of them. The beautiful people that are pushing forward for good, for the better of all, trying to keep going in this bear that weighs us all down heavy. But you encourage me. Hopefully this young lady, our niece, gets out of the hospital before Christmas, and hopefully I'm going to show her Decentraland, because she has a really hard time making friends, and that's what it's about. I mean, hard time talking to me, but maybe a chat box. So thanks for the courage, the inspiration. I really do appreciate the hell out of all of you, and I'm gonna keep doing my best to push everybody together, and I know I've got your supports to do it. So thank you for today. I also, Jay, had some questions in building because things are heading our way in all directions. But we are so glad you're here, my G. Thank you all to the powerful speakers for lending your advice, courage, and strength to all of us.
Yeah,
Last, I'm gonna break
this
it
was
out.
community building.
This is community building, and you know what? Let's just spend time building together. I mean, it's so hard, right? We're all so passionate. We are all giving our all. We all feel so passionately and strongly about what people are doing, what we're doing, that sometimes that gets all fucked up. But it's moments like this that remind us no matter how you fucking feel, there are ways to keep going. Outside of that, I was just going to throw one little thing out there so I can make it through emotionally for my day and totally divert this conversation so I can go back to just editing photos and laughing, listening to tunes. Look, licensed music, man, it's going to be a real thing. Right now, music still is 90% of what goes on with what we do, unless the powers that be are talking or listening, but licensing is a real thing. So somebody was working on a music jukebox at one point, and it would be, I don't know if that ever got finished or if it diverted, but if we could just take whatever music we buy on NFTs, and if those people actually write, you have the right to listen to them in the metaverse, maybe we could start changing things. Maybe a jukebox that we could even put our tunes into when we come to hang out and work on our places, whether it's a CD player or whatever. But we do need to take steps, because at the end of the day, once the licensing side really puts their teeth into what we're doing, it's going to change what we do. So it is a huge opportunity for us to grow. Yeah, and just fucking thanks, fam. Let's go build the future. I know I mean, there are at least 10, if not more, of you in this room. We're all trying to build something with, like, all different individually and together. So let's do it for the people. Let's build for ourselves, and let's change the world. I love you guys.
Yo, Meg, thank you. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And you just like made that idea just pop perfectly in my head. Like, a jukebox. Everyone can come in and, hopefully it'd be on Polygon where it'd be like a 1 cent fee to like for the transaction of like, hey, you can use my music NFT and play it. And like here are the next sequences or whatever. I can also see it being like a next level flex of like, someone that walks in the room and people will be like, oh dude, that's the dude with all the music NFTs. He's got that fire. Someone pass the aux cord to this guy. But dude, thank you so much for coming up and sharing today. I know we spoke about the hard subjects, and you're always welcome to speak here on this space. Thank you.
I just want to. This will be my last part on that to expand just a little bit on kind of what makes mentioned. Something to remember is to, even if the same thing happened to you as somebody else, how everyone handles and deals with it is different. You can't, you can, yeah, you can never say I know what you mean. I know what you went through. No, you can understand it maybe, but you don't know how they're feeling, how they're dealing with it. So that is something also to keep in mind along with the listening. And as far as building, I suggest if you do have questions, maybe hop in the CBD Discord. I don't know that Sinful or I can answer your questions, but there's always people popping in and out. They might be able to answer those questions for you after this. And as far as the jukebox, the closest thing right now I currently am aware of is a project called Meta Rides, designing vehicles to go from one metaverse to the other, which means also different blockchains. They have a NFT radio that can be played within these vehicles. I don't know if they're opening it up when they'll be opening it up again for more contributions, but they had people from the community contribute so that they could put this together, test it out. So a jukebox should be totally doable by now. And because I'm wondering, I bought some famous Dill, if people who know who he is. I bought some of his off of Tezos. I have no idea how to even play those. You can't. I click on it. It's not like OpenSea that I can play it. If it's supposed to, then maybe I didn't get what I thought I was getting. But anyway, there's that too. So, but again, for Jay, if you got a moment, jump in with Sinful and I after the space, and maybe somebody can help you out there too. So, thank you.
Yeah, and any questions like that, if they can't help you, like they can, like a lot of times recently, especially with the music festival thread, there's been questions that none of us can answer, and they'll just tag somebody, and like they'll be like, the person will be like, yeah, I'll check in Monday morning. So even if your answer can't be your question can't be answered immediately, it's like we kind of know by now like whose specialty, there's like Madamus, like he gets tagged a lot in Lastrum, so there are people that can help you, or people that are like Brandon Manis is awesome with wearables and SRJH. So I know everybody's busy and kind of coming and going, so yeah, we're like a directory. We're getting really good at finding the right people for the right skill, I hope. But not jukebox. I don't know. I like, that's literally what brought me here, because I had this I have this gramophone from 1906 that plays these wax cylinders, and my whole idea and like attraction with the metaverse was to record those onto NFTs, because otherwise they're like endangered music, because the cylinders are wax, and so like they're super easy to break, or if they were stored in somebody's attic, they melt. So like this music that's so fragile, and the people have long since, like, they've lived their lives, they've come and gone, they would be memorialized forever on the blockchain, and the copyright for those is just starting. It just, I believe 1914 and older, the copyright laws don't protect that, so it could be music that would be made public again. So anyway, I've been waiting for like almost 5 years for a jukebox. So I don't know, like I'm like, how hard can it be, right? It's probably just like code, and you just
It would be nice if you could, we have the chat and you can speak on it. It'd be nice if we had something better for that spatial audio. That would be great for that. But that is something I would love, because I would love to do as maybe Blisa and I can figure something out, because I would love to do, I mentioned this once before, short stories, people to share short stories, and or poetry. There's really not a lot as far as that goes, in the space. And that's what I'm hoping to do. And then also, just to throw it out there too, if somebody is interested in learning how to stream something into their place, that's what Sinful's going to show me right after this in the CBD Discord. So there's that again. Go for it, mate.
Well, first of all, as much as I appreciate the fact that I might be able to try karaoke, I don't think anybody needs to be there for my karaoke. So, but I do sometimes spin tunes for the fam. So I am definitely going to pop something up at an appropriate time during the month to hang out. Existence, that is a brilliant idea, but I think you could achieve that now, honestly, even with the audio app audio side that's available. If there was a plan for it going in, I think people could take turns and use audio.
How? A live from where? You mean through a Twitter space, or how? Bios doing it, or what?
I think no. I'm just saying. I think it's possible right now with the tools available to us. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of spatial audio, and even not using a chat box. If I had to be honest, I have been dyslexic since I was a child. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Therefore, I've been a photographer to avoid writing or typing. So the chat box is actually one of the more intimidating things for me to deal with as a person. But I do think you can currently, if you hit the audio button, because I've definitely hot mic more than once, and Sinful has reminded me, you could take turns. You could say, hey, here's our lineup for short stories, and one person will just turn on the audio at a time. That's all I got.
Yeah, I would definitely try. That was my plan to begin with, if I ever went through with it, until something better came along. So definitely. Did you hear that? Are you still with us, please? Did you hear any of that, by the way? I think you'd be interested.
Maybe, or if not, maybe Colorful heard and will relay the message through.
Because I have a whole build idea I would love to see come to life too, revolved around it. And I'm experimenting with my year of building on trying to create some of it.
Canessa, is your mic unmuted? Are you talking?
No, I'm sending a picture to Mariana of my DJ equipment.
Oh.
So she's so going down.
The DJ duo's coming together.
Yep.
Yeah.
I even have lights are included. So Cozy should start being afraid also. Yeah.
Going after Cozy off rip like that, like not,
dude.
like
No mercy.
I'm gonna.
No mercy.
It's like the new kid walking in like at school. It's like you walk in and you punch the biggest kid in the room, or you intimidate the biggest kid in the room, so you know that no one will fuck with you.
You guys got to go look at the picture I posted to understand the fear that y'all. I mean, like I'm just throwing down.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'll pull up to that party because there aren't two ladies who could get the room fired up like you two. So let's just throw that on an LFG DCL family, let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
and I forgot to mention, shoot, almost. You said open mic. Cowboy Tom and I sometimes with him do that on Twitter Spaces with the also intent of trying to bring people into Decentraland. So I had the pleasure of getting to experience that at least once. We brought in a new person together, and that's always exciting.
Let's go. That sounds like fun. One of the funniest times ever on Decentraland was one time. I think there was a bar build like somewhere, and it had like a mic. I don't know if it was supposed to be like a comedy store or something like that, but Dogman went up to the mic and then he just started singing karaoke in front of everyone. He was
Was
the
it
entertainment.
Juxton's or like Frankie's Tavern, or was it the Miller Lite dive bar?
I think it was a different one. Oh well. Jay, I'll pass it over to you.
Oh, just wanted to say bye, everybody. I'm going to step down. I have to get on with my day now. And this has been a great, beautiful space. And I can't wait to build with you guys. I'm so excited to keep building with you guys. So thank you. And everyone have a great day. And let's go.
Thank
Love
you.
you all.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Jay.
Jay, I did the math. This is probably roughly our 76th Twitter space. And I feel like this was maybe like the most important one we've ever had. So thank you so much for being here today. And yeah, go enjoy your day. Send us pictures if you go on a nice hike.
Yeah, definitely will. Thank you for that. This space was amazing. Great things. Love it. Love all you guys. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna go on a hike right now, and I'll definitely share some pictures.
Yep. Hey Jay, if like I know earlier you were talking about like finding a builder to work with. If no one in this room has like messaged you about that yet, I'll definitely, can definitely get you in touch with someone. Like just like shoot me a message saying, "Hey, still looking for a builder," and I'll send some messages, see what I can find.
Oh, awesome, man. I appreciate that for sure.
Take care and be safe on your hike.
All right, take care, everyone. Have a good
Uh,
day, man. Love.
Jay really reminded us that like we've been here for a while now. Like it's been 4 hours and 10 minutes so far.
I
What
know
is
we
this?
need to have
Oh, go
like
ahead.
go ahead, Jay.
I
Uh,
was just laughing.
I think we need like a insulin. Like we could have a little something so that when our blood sugar starts dropping from like lack of food, then we like call it because yeah, we usually get kind of loopy at some point. And Brandon used to come and save us. He's probably building something cool, so we got to save ourselves.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, usually I take you guys on the hike and I listen, but today I was, in the metaverse, on Twitter, in the spaces, and kind of introducing Robin to everything as well. So uh, now I'm gonna have to go outside and get some sun, touch some grass, and I'm excited to see what's going on here, moving on forward, building, and yeah, Canessa, let's definitely talk about, doing something for this whole space that we've talked about, and it's been an honor to be a part of this special space today. Thank you guys. Love you all. I'll see you on next time.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely make that happen.
Real quick, this is breaking news. Slightly controversial, maybe not breaking because it's been going on for a while, but it's being brought to light again. If anyone in the space knows of who it needs contacted to hand out prizes from the DCL Film Club that occurred. People still have not received theirs.
Yeah, that's pretty unbelievable.
Exactly. I wonder who was in charge of that.
Would that have been around the time that, like, when Gigi left?
Not sure, but I think those are the CK. I mentioned it in the Discord. I was watching when the the pre-made build came out for the theater, the cinema or whatever, on Builder, the pre-made one. And there's a video recording that Cheddar Queso wants to remove and play their own, but evidently can't. They were showing a bunch of little Decentraland clips, and I think I'm guessing those were the winners or people who contributed to that, and which was pretty cool. But the fact that they have not received what is coming to them is very disturbing, and I guess that's probably why Mariana come up, because that's whose Twitter I was reading. Hey, Mariana.
Hey guys, hey. Yeah, I really didn't want to bring it up because I don't want to cause anything, but like I've kind of like lost my patience at this point. I'm a very patient person, and I completely forgot about it like the last few months, and then someone was messaging me about it. I'm like, yeah, I haven't gotten my prize either. And then someone messaged me like a few months ago. I'm like, yeah, it's probably still on its way. But yeah, I mean, they had, so like PB was the one that was handling it. He like asked for like my address. I'm sure he asked for everyone else's contacts, and this is back in May. He's like, yeah, I'll send it out soon. Or like he didn't have the prizes obviously, but like whoever was in charge, like he was gonna recept the message over. But it's been kind of quiet since like May, and I messaged PB a little bit back ago, and I didn't receive anything about it. But yeah, again, I didn't want to bring it up, but I mean, Pepe God tweeted about it like a while ago. I'm like, okay, let's do some follow-up since this kind of went unaddressed. So I guess, at this point, like, I'll just, I don't even care about the stupid headset anymore, to be honest. Like, it's just the principle of it not being like addressed, and or even like a backup solution, like, oh yeah, sorry, so the person who was handling it is no longer with the foundation, let's make it right and whatever. But I'm just going to stay quiet and see what comes next. But yeah, so
Sorry, Mariana.
No.
I saw that, and I knew you didn't come up to speak about it, so I kind of thought that. That's why I went ahead and did it.
Oh yeah, no, I just want to clarify who was in charge of it. It wasn't Gigi, but yeah. We'll just be patient. Sorry, guys, for bringing it up.
but I'm loving the Twitter back and forth.
Yeah, I know.
For the Canessa Mariana.
Actually, I have the controller. I plugged it back into my laptop because I completely forgot how to use it. So I'm just here clicking buttons to see how to like mix things together again. So Canessa, we gotta do something soon.
I know, I totally, but
I know.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's what we should do, is like actually kick off like a open mic. I can't talk. Kick off an open mic event with like a DJ battle between us, because then at least for me, everybody they'll either have the fear or they'll be like, yeah, I got this. I mean, she got up there and did it. She showed off her skills and her talent, because that thing has like a light show included. I don't know if everybody else can say that about their DJ equipment.
I can tell you that I can't say that about mine. So you got a one-up on me.
That thing is underutilized, man.
We just need to surprise them. Like, we're not gonna tell them when we're gonna DJ. We'll just, we'll post it one day, and yeah.
Actually, we should make a giant build, and we should promo the hell out of it, like live in the metaverse. Mariana and Canessa, and they'll be like, "Wow, like finally, what? Like,
can there be billboard?"
Yeah, the light show of your dreams.
We'll have to do it in Mew World.
Yeah.
That's where we're gonna kick it off.
we got to start like MewFest with like a strong reputation. So
Yes, definitely. If you're gonna be my resident performers, yes, gotta kick it off with a
we
bang.
may or may not embarrass you, Sin.
I don't know. I feel like playing some tunes on this. Maybe that's what we should do to close out. I'll go grab it, and just so you know what you're up against, Mariana.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
Okay.
I mean, it almost is 4:20. I mean, that's always a nice time to end, but that's only because of my religious beliefs.
Okay, I'm bringing it in.
Oh great! Oh my goodness!
Here it comes. Here it comes. I wish.
Let's hear it, Vanessa. Let's hear it.
Okay, this is. I mean, I don't want to make anyone feel bad if they're like intimidated by my talents, but here it is. The Kitty Star. The Kitty Star DJ mixer by VTech. Oh yeah.
Let's get this party started.
Oh shit!
Oh, I gotta find the volume. Yep, that's right.
All right, I'm just gonna bow out.
Listen, wait, I'm mixing. I'm scratching.
Oh. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's
Oh
go.
shit!
Let's go. Let's go right now. And if we do it right, you know that we'll get there. Let's go. Let's go right now. Let's go. Let's go and we'll get there. Let's go. Let's go right now. And if we do it right, you know that we'll get there. Let's go. Let's go right now.
That's right.
Woo!
I don't want to like give away my whole set, but let's go. I mean, I felt like I was a little repetitive there, but oh my gosh, yeah. This thing is so cool.
I have the DJ, whatever it's called, thing open. I just don't have any playlists set. I just have, so I can't give me anything. Try.
Have you made stuff on it before? Have you made music on it?
Nope.
Nope. Well, see, like I could have turned this into an NFT right here. That's what I should be doing.
I think at this point, my parkouring skills may be better than my DJing skills. By barely.
I don't know. I think my parkour still is pretty bad.
I have like a list of like my songs that I want. I just have to like, mix it correctly.
Yeah.
It,
Well, there's no better time to start than now. So, in all of our free time.
Yep, all 0 hours that we have left in our day.
What do you think, Make? Were you?
Yeah, I got something for you. I just wanted to brace you.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. We are right there behind you, Cadessa and Mariana. We will carry that torch. I'll bring the horn. I appreciate the heck out of you guys. Honestly, thank you for being you.
And likewise, man.
I can't believe we just got a show to close off the space, to end the space here. Oh my god, that was awesome. What do you think, Vanessa? Should we do some final thoughts, and then you want to close us out with some more of your talents?
Yeah,
or...
I mean, I think with like 2 buttons, I could have a whole new setup and maybe even new lyrics instead of "Let's go." Yeah, why don't we do last thoughts, and I'll channel my creative energy into this.
Set us up. All right. Make sure. All right. Let's see. Web3 Junkie. Any final thoughts, my friend?
Thank you so much, guys. It means a lot to me. You doing all of this.
Thank you for being here, my friend. Oh, I see Bio came up. Welcome, Bio.
Yo, Sinful Canessa. What's going on, family? I love you guys, man. Canessa, keep being you, queen. Keep being you, queen. Real shit. You know what it is, man. Beautiful souls shine bright. Like I always say, let there always be light. A lot of light's been shining between you guys, and you two have been really changing a lot when we look at the dynamics of Decentraland. And I personally want to say this in front of everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being who you are, what you guys always bring to the table, and how you guys change so much for the positive part and aspect of the Decentraland metaverse. Thank you guys for real. You guys always have an incredible space. This space is what it actually says, community building. So, Sinful, keep doing what you're doing, brother. I love you guys. Hope to see you guys soon in IRL. So many goats inside this room. Shout out to the Beast family. Shout out to the homies at the Utes. Shout out to the Brozos. And y'all know the vibes, man. Keep rocking, man. Decentraland, we're going to the moon. It's always light at the end, man. Let's go, guys. Blessings.
Oh, sorry. I thought Canessa's mic was open. It's doing that glitch again. Thank you, Bio. Thank you. Really good to hear from you, man. Let's see. Pass it over to Mariana. Final thoughts?
No, no final
How
thoughts.
about comments or concerns? Do you have any comments, concerns? Make sure to hit up HR, CBD which is usually Canessa, because I'm the one that's getting in trouble.
Nope, just figuring out this DJ app. Just wait for it, guys. Wait for it.
Just wait for it. Oh my God, it's like
Skills will be learned in some time.
oh
Wait,
man.
Mariana, you got to close us out.
No.
Yes.
Let's see what I have on my queue. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
I lost my creative energy.
Oh, it just happens like this. You artists.
If not, I can close out with Steve. Bring up Steve Sai's song.
I think that's a better. Let's get a real DJ up in here.
And I want to say I will not let this die until the Mariana Canessa DJ thing becomes
Mariana,
a reality.
Did you
Don't let it die.
Did you just what I heard Mariana say is that I'm not a real DJ?
I mean, okay, like.
I mean,
oh shit.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts.
Bring it on, Canessa.
Okay. Hey, we can't have a DJ battle without the like the
we need
oh,
it's
frenemies.
like last week was the grill off or cook off or whatever, and now it's our DJ off.
That's
we
right.
need to start making posters and shit for this.
Oh my gosh.
You're not
I'll
a real
come
DJ,
up with one.
Like I see a picture of like Mariana like facing off against like Canessa's kid called Beast.
Oh my gosh, yes. But now like if we actually make a dojo, then we're all gonna want to like actually fight it out. Like that and there's there's value in that too.
Okay. So Mariana doesn't have any last word comments or concerns. A good thing. I'm happy you don't have any concerns. This is good. This is good for the stamp sheet. Make any final thoughts?
I'm gonna throw one last shade. We'll see if I can do my DJ battles or do my DJ set before I get my VR headset.
Ooh.
We'll see what comes first.
Can I collect that soundbite, please?
We might as well start a little betting game with it.
Can we just have that looped? Like, where's my headset?
Where's my headset? Oh man.
I'm gonna call Art. Okay, Art. We're gonna do some vocals with this.
Yo, we definitely do. We gotta get our boy Art on this.
Where's my headset?
We love you, Art Treyu. And I guess I'll pass it over to Make.
Yeah, I mean, fucking this was super helpful, super important. I cannot thank again those enough who are working to bring one community into our favorite community and doing it through love without asking for anything but participation and some effort. Little brother Brio, it's great to have you riding with us. There's so many Cowboy Toms been out there working hard as AF. I just saw amazing things from low poly models on an adventure the other day. So huge dive to you. And Masca, I see you. There are just a lot of special people out there, and I'm glad to be growing next to you all. And I really look forward to what's coming next together. Last thing I'll just say, if anybody's going to Basel, any DCL meetups, please hit your boy.
Yeah, for sure. Hit up Make. It was such a surprise, like seeing you last year at Art Basel. I kind of like showed up. I was like, oh, just meeting some DCL people, and then like meet you, and I was like, well, at the time, like it was like, I believe I had just like met you online, like in Web3, and so it was like kind of like amazing to be able to like meet you in person and see what you're all about.
Man, we had such a great time. And even, I know every year, every place we do something, but there are plenty. It's so great to meet people IRL and get to know people more on a personal, visual level. And I had such a great time with Mew. So no matter what, I don't know what's tribing up yet in DCL, but if people are down there putting out their best spirits, I'd love to say what's up.
That's awesome. And I got to meet somebody IRL yesterday. I posted a picture earlier. Our good friend AJ was flying through Seattle, and so a couple weeks ago he's like, "Hey, how close are you to Seattle?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm a couple hours." And at first we thought he was gonna have like a half an hour layover, which would be really bad because you got to go out of security and back in. But then it turned out to be like a 90-minute layover. So I drove like 6 hours, 4 mountain passes, 2 snowstorms. But I got to hang with AJ for like 45 minutes, have a coffee, talk DCL. Like it was so cool. He's yeah, like it's cool to, you guys have all said like when you meet somebody in the physical world, like their energy still goes through, and like, yeah, like Scott's got energy. That was awesome. So yeah, it was cool. Very cool to like meet somebody, like their real person. So definitely recommend it. 10 out of 10.
Oh man, IRL Scott, fucking 10 out of 10. Yeah, dude, will recommend to a friend for sure. Bio, go
And
ahead.
last things, man, I know you guys are closing, but man, I had to tap in there with the fact that we all hung out in Miami, man. That was a one fun experience meeting all of you guys out there. And let me tell you something. When I tell people they see me and Mate for the first time hugging up and just giving that brotherly love, and they're like, "How you guys met?" And I'm like, "In the metaverse, you should see the face of the people and the first expressions they put when they hear me say, 'Yeah, we met in the Web3 in a virtual world.'" They're like, "What? How does that even work?" But yeah, it's amazing to see that happen, and all of us in the
Brother
Decentraland
Bio
community.
is responsible for me being on Twitter legitimately. He was like, no, like we were just hanging out. He walked into my penthouse on Altspace, yo, like, yo, what's going on? Came in with 100% Bio effort and love. And if you don't know, now you know. And we've jumped together everywhere since. I mean, he definitely was the one to be like, "Yo, you should go on Twitter. That's actually where Web3 is." And I'm like, "Really? I'm over here on Instagram by my damn self." Uh, yeah. So thanks, Bio. You have continued to be such a wonderful light in my life. Have pushed me more in the Web3 space maybe than anyone. So proud to call you my Beast family, my DCL family, and my IRL family. So big love, little brother.
Appreciate you, Griff. Appreciate you, my brother. Real shit. Shout out to One Existence too for sending over them DCL shirts over to my house in New York City. Big blessings, Existence. Real shit, man. That goes a long way. Not to mention, he dropped me a one of one, or I think a one or two, One Existence fitted cap. Holy crap. I'm not rocking that to a special moment. For sure, for sure. It's still in the wrap and everything, so I might just case it up. Who knows? But thank you again, guys. Have a blessed weekend. I'm going to go switch over to listeners and play the wall like graffiti. Shout out to Canessa and Sinful. Everybody in the room. Low Poly, Mosca, Colorful. My boy Balan, I see you de lo mío personal, representing the Latinos of Web3. Let's go, Cowboy. I see you, family. Blessings.
Take care, Bio. And yeah, definitely good to hear from you. It was awesome meeting you in Miami. I guess let's see. My final thoughts. My final thoughts. Whew, I don't know of my final thoughts. Thank you, everyone. I know I've thanked you like a million times already. So you can. Mariana's over there, like just laughing at me. Um,
That
uh,
makes two of us.
One existence. You want to save me from my endless rant?
Sure. I didn't know if you were going to have me play
Yep.
play it out. Okay, but
Yep.
my final thought is actually from my friend Bio Sinful, the one who worked on the set of Beetleborg. Says hello to everyone, and then just let me know when you're ready. And I set it up. Go over and purchase one. There's a free edition, and it's on Optimism though. And you do have to pay a little gas, but go show Steve some support. Grab this thing up.
That's usually where the free NFTs get me, the optimism part. That's like my roadblock, the one that I'm just like, I don't want to like step over this. I'm gonna have to find some gas money or something. But yeah, definitely support Steve's side. That's his first Sound XYZ release. That's awesome. I was mentioning I do love that platform. I feel like it like caters through to the collector, as in like, it makes it all pretty. It has like the top 100 sellers list or whatever, and like, like when you buy one, like you could like actively track it and be like, oh yeah, this artist like jumped up 3 spots and in the last 3 days since I've held this NFT. Good shit. Lets you cheer on your music NFT maker person musician thing. You can tell I've probably already smoked like a chimney, because yeah, we're well past 420 right now, and yeah, I am on a strict schedule. Religion is like my main thing, and my religion calls for that. Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed rest of your Saturday. Really appreciate your time and really appreciate today's conversation. Take care and act natural.
This is 6 minutes, so go ahead and shut her down whenever you feel appropriate.
Canessa,
Oh,
you could pass it over to One Exists after.
Yeah, sounds good.